Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership, a commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to day 2 of Revolution.Aero Global 2021. We're thrilled to see more than 1,000 people joining us across these 3 days. We had some exciting sessions yesterday, which you can now access through our Agenda tab on the homepage of this platform. Please also find the Networking Lounge tab on the homepage of this platform when we have our networking breaks today. And there's a lot of great content lined up for you, so please stay with us. Before I hand over to our first speaker of the day, I would like to thank our sponsors: Sol One, Aerotech, Hyundai Motor Group, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, Hexagon MSC Software, Shackelford, Whisk, and White & Case. I would now like to extend a very warm welcome to Cyrus Sigari, the co-founder of UP.Partners, an early-stage venture firm, to speak. Cyrus is a long-term aviator, entrepreneur, and investor who has spent nearly 3 decades in the industry. Cyrus, I'm going to hand over to you for your presentation. Thanks very much for joining us today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Yuvan, and good morning to all of the guests here at Revolution.Aero. It's quite an honor to get to join all of you now the 4th or 5th time to share this incredibly exciting world of urban air mobility, advanced air mobility, multidimensional mobility, whatever vernacular you want to use to describe this revolution in the way things move. And today I'm going to take on a bit of a journey of what's happened over the last year to set sort of a holistic vantage point as we go into what I hope to be a really lively, exciting discussion with a few colleagues around who will win this AAM race or adventure that everyone's on. So I'm going to share some slides here and take you through what we've got to talk about. So hopefully you are able to see the screen. So let's first start off with a discussion around helicopters. I think a discussion around helicopters is really important. I've been an aviator for about 30 years, and just for the last few years, I've become a helicopter pilot. And I've gotten a lot of insights around that. And I think it's relevant as we start talking about the future of advanced air mobility. And if anyone's ever owned a radio-controlled helicopter, which I did as a child, you probably had an experience not too dissimilar from this gentleman right here. Unfortunately, if you've owned a radio-controlled helicopter at some point in your ownership career, you probably had an experience like that. And the reason I show that is that if you think about drones and what drones do, they're really not that different than radio-controlled helicopters. But radio-controlled helicopters were never more than niche toys. They're expensive, they're loud, they're certainly hard to fly, and up until recently, they were very messy. Then came this world of manual drone hardware, where you have these incredible vehicles that a 4-year-old can fly for less than $1,000 or a couple $100, but frankly, manual drones really haven't changed our lives in a really meaningful way, but they have made them relatively much more ubiquitous. And I'd offer that there's a couple of drivers to that. One, this concept of distributed electric propulsion, quadcopters. 2, battery life that's useful. And 3, software-driven control, where now even, like I said, a 4-year-old could fly one of these things. As I mentioned, drones haven't really changed our life yet until you add the 4th layer. And that 4th layer is the age of AI-driven autonomy, where now you can have these 3-dimensional robots do things for you, provide you with insights, provide you with data, and ultimately deliver things. And all of the groundwork that's being put together, as you see in this chart, is to create this incredible future of moving people and goods at a much larger scale in these incredible vehicles that we're hearing about today. As an investor in this space, we don't just look at aviation. Really, we think about mobility broadly and the movement of matter in a multidimensional world. And so we look at things on the ground to things in the sky to moving people and moving goods. And what are all the shared enablers that come together? I would offer that anybody that's in the business of logistics, aviation, automotive, trucking can no longer just be in that silo. Really, you're in the business of moving things. And you have to be thinking about it in a multidimensional way, not just 2-dimensional, but 3-dimensional. So we're having these convergences of automotive companies, aviation companies, consumer retail companies, logistics companies, all coming together in this incredible new future. Many projections have been made about the size of this new industry. One projection in particular is this one that was done by Morgan Stanley about a year or two ago that projected that this future of advanced air mobility is going to be close to a $1.6 trillion new market. Now, if you break it down into how they got to that, and forget about how big it is and how long it's going to take, but let's think about some of the fundamental components of their total addressable market. It's broken down to three main categories: moving people, moving goods, and the dollar generated from selling the vehicles themselves. The next 10 years alone is expected to be 50 times larger than the global helicopter industry. Now, most of that revenue is going to come from moving things. That's the blue. And we're going to talk more about that in a second. You move into the second 10 years, that's where 80% of the growth is expected. And that's where really this whole world of advanced air mobility and moving people in this Jetsons-like future that we're talking about is expected to be realized at scale. And the way we like to think about this is go back to the beginning of the aviation industry. The first industry that took off was the airmail industry. It was airmail that proved out navigation, propulsion, flight controls, manufacturing. Once we got to a level of safety and reliability, that's when people got on these things and started to fly around at scale with the airline industry. Now, I want to start this discussion around the state of the union of advanced air mobility around moving things with drones in the sky today. So there's a company called Zipline that started back in 2016 that started off with a mission to deliver blood in places like Africa. Sounds like an interesting proposition. Cool. 25 million people today are being served by Zipline. Every 30 seconds, a drone is taking off delivering blood or some other life-saving payload to someone in need, vaccine or whatever it might be. You can have blood delivered anywhere in Rwanda and Ghana today within a 1 hour iPhone request, anywhere in those two countries. This is already a $3.3 billion valuation company. And in September, they're going to start operations in Bentonville, Arkansas, in partnership with Walmart to start delivering consumer goods to people. Another company called Wing, which my partner Adam Grosser was most recently the chairman of, is Google's drone delivery program, where they're using these drones that have a very different form factor from the Zipline drone and partnering with retailers to provide a delivery service that's very rapid. In 2020, they did 100,000 delivery flights. In 2021, they're expected to do 500,000 delivery flights. They're operating in Scandinavia, Virginia, and Australia today. And soon they're going to be expanding all around the world and into really free-form operation. Number one requested item via Google Wing, coffee. We didn't get people their coffee in 2 to 3 minutes, not 23 minutes or 34 minutes with DoorDash or equivalent. Their behavior habits changed, them using the service up to 5 times a day. And then, of course, you have Amazon. It won't be that long before in your Amazon app that you're going to have the option to have something delivered to you via the sky. And then there's a company called Skydio. Skydio is, in our opinion, the most technically advanced drone company in the world from an autonomy perspective. What you're seeing here is this drone following a mountain biker through a forest with no pilot involved. The technology that's required inside of this technology and the drone is the same technology that's required for autonomous cars, and already a $1 billion plus organization. If you look at venture investing into mobility broadly, it's a relatively new thing. Of the $120 billion that's been invested from the venture class into new mobility, $110 billion has come since 2015. Most of that has gone into companies we're all very familiar with: Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Tesla. And you can see that little orange sliver at the very top. That's this advanced air mobility world. Rather small if you look at the end date of this chart, which is 2019. Now, in our panel discussion here in a little bit, we're going to have a group from Lufthansa over that created this chart. So this is what's happened since 2019. You can see from 2010 to 2019, not a lot had happened in this space. And all of a sudden, we had this huge convergence and excitement around this world of advanced air mobility, where now you've got close to $7.5 billion that's been deployed into this new world. 600 rounds of investment and close to 60 new companies. And it begs the question, why? Why is this all happening now? And I'd offer that there's 5 major reasons. 1, technological readiness, regulatory readiness, consumer demand, investor readiness, and governmental readiness that's creating a Cambrian explosion of companies in and around the space, creating hardware, software, and services to move people and goods in this multidimensional world. Now, A big area of discussion for this entire conference is the SPAC craze and all these companies that are attracting so much capital and interest and going into the public markets. Here's just a quick summary between Joby, Archer, Lilium, Blade, eHang, Surfair, Vertical Aerospace, Eve. How much activity is happening in this space? The combined post-valuation of all these companies is close to $20 billion. And this happened theoretically overnight. But let's start with Joby. Joby has been at this for 12 years. Lilium's been at this for 6 years. Blade's been in operation for 6 years. eHang's been at it for 6 years. So it's not like this just happened overnight. People have been working at this for a long time. We had pioneers that recognized the convergence of these exponential technologies and how they're going to be beneficial for the betterment of moving people and goods in this incredible world. One of our panelists that's going to be speaking here in a little bit, Sergio from SMG Consulting, put together this chart that really just kind of shows the private funding that was done for all these companies. And then what you're seeing in the shaded areas is the dollars expected from the de-SPACing of these companies. In addition, one of the things we'll be talking about with Sergio in the following discussion is his reality index, where he's tracking a number of different variables to say, hey, who's most likely to win this race? This is going to be an interesting area of debate amongst the other panelists here in a second, which is driven by a data set I'll show you in just a second. Now let's look at the airline world and the orders being made in this space. 1,200 vehicle orders in the year of 2021. We're not even done yet, thanks to the team at Revolution.Aero that put this together and was sent out in one of their most recent updates. But this is mind-boggling. Like, what's this going to look like next year and the year after and the year after in terms of all this interest and excitement coming from these various operators and providers? Back to my comment earlier about the reality index by SMG and Consulting, you can kind of see how they're thinking through this. Again, some framework to think about who is winning, who's better positioned. It's going to become hopefully a lot more clear over the next 5 years, but at least a framework to think about what are the different variables that are going to drive success. Now let's talk about what's happened since last year when we had this conversation. First company I want to talk about is Volocopter. Volocopter's been at this for a long time, folks, and they're really the first company to create multiple products. So they started off with their Volo City, which won a number of different iterations. Then they recognized, hey, we've got this really cool opportunity to move things, not people, using the sky. And so they launched their Volo drone product. And then most recently, they've announced their Volo Connect, which is more of a more traditional AAM vehicle with a winged design with propulsors that take the vehicle up and then propulsors to take it forward. Very exciting, the work these guys are doing. I expect personally that they're likely to be the first organization to expect to get actual FAA certification by virtue of how they led the way in the regulatory perspective with EASA in Germany and the bilateral agreement with the USA. And then there are friends over in China, eHang. So eHang has a multi-copter design, not too dissimilar from the Volocopter we just saw. But what's fascinating is that they have lots of different applications that you can use this sort of technology for, like putting out fires in buildings. Big news from Embraer, Ken Rickey, Legend with Directional Capital, and all the incredible companies that are under Ken Rickey's purview, and his creation of Halo and the acquisition of a number of helicopter operators, putting that all together, which put in an order for the e-vehicle, and then of course an order by Blade for the e-vehicle. Incredible stuff. A lot of convergences of big time players that have all come together to create this exciting new world. And then, of course, a lot of folks have probably seen the news with Archer. You know, here's a relatively new company that's pulled together an incredible team from a lot of the players in the space, and it's gotten a little sparky as there's been now a pretty significant legal battle between Wisk, which is Boeing's AAM company, and Archer around some IP conflict. As this industry gets bigger and bigger, we're going to see more and more of these sorts of issues as companies really fight to become the winner, which is going to be a great segue into our next conversation. One company that has been relatively quiet for the last several years is Vertical Aerospace. And folks, I think Vertical Aerospace is an incredibly interesting company. This is really, in our opinion, a national statement. This is the UK ecosystem coming together to really say, hey, we're going to be players in this space in a meaningful way, much like the UK has been a meaningful player in aviation from Rolls-Royce and all the other major supply chain components that they've got. So they got great partners with Honeywell, American Airlines, Microsoft, and are in the process of going public via SPAC as well. So we're excited to see all the great things they're doing. it's not just eVTOL companies. A legend in this industry, John Langford, who started Aurora Flight Sciences, which sold that company to Boeing, has launched this incredible product, which is Electra.Aero, and it's an eSTOL, so electric short takeoff and landing vehicle. They can take off in relatively short distances. It's hybrid electric. We're going to hear from John Langford later today, I believe, or tomorrow. But very different approach to take advantage of what primarily is one of the key enablers, which is distributed electric propulsion. When you can do distributed electric propulsion on the leading edge of the wing, which our friend Mark Moore is an expert in, who's going to be in the discussion here right after this. Really interesting things you can do with a conventional winged vehicle. Beta Technologies. This is a really, really, really cool company, folks. They just announced a $400+ million round led by Amazon and Fidelity, and they've really focused on moving things. Their primary customers are UPS, the United States Air Force, United Therapeutics, that have planned to use the vehicle for primarily doing organ movement, which is amongst a number of other strategies United Therapeutics is using to go forward. And of course, Joby, that is perhaps the grandfather of this industry, being that Joe Ben and his team have been at this for as long as they have. I think Eric Allison is speaking today or spoke yesterday, who came over from the Uber Elevate team to run their Elevate program within Joby. I think the most important thing to take away when you start looking out all these companies is quiet matters. If you haven't heard the Joby vehicle, you should go onto Twitter, look onto Joby, and listen to the video that Joe Ben posted not too long ago around the vehicle hovering just behind him. It sounded like an air conditioner. And it being quiet is a huge, huge selling point for the future of this industry, and particularly for Joby. And we're super excited about the work they're doing. Our friends over in Germany, Lilium, their biggest piece of news is that they've gone bigger. They've gone and created a 7-person vehicle. This is pretty significant. This is the largest vehicle in this whole class, and we're excited to see how they end up doing going forward. Whisk. Boeing has made a statement, and I think it was the CEO that said very recently that as Boeing has emerged out of the 737 MAX crisis, they're going long, and they're going long big time on Whisk. And their strategy in particular that Gary Geisen, I think, is speaking about a little bit tomorrow around they're not planning to put pilots in these things. And this is a totally unique strategy because it delays them getting to market, but allows them to build from scratch, not having these vehicles piloted in the world of ultimately doing air taxi with their vehicle. Now, let's talk about sustainability for just 1 minute. Sustainable aviation fuel is a thing, and it's becoming a much bigger thing. So let's understand what sustainable aviation fuel is today. Traditional jet fuel is oil that's taken out of the ground, it goes through a processing system, and then it's delivered as kerosene. What sustainable aviation fuel is, you take carbon-based matter that's already out of the ground, so things like animal waste, animal fat, cooking oil, algae, all these sorts of organic pieces of matter, and you process them and you make jet fuel that way. And so it's a way to have a cleaner way of getting jet fuel into jet engines that's not pulling oil out of the ground. And there is a really interesting research project done by Waypoint by ATAG that's really gone through and thought about what's the likelihood of these different technologies, be electric, hydrogen, or SAF, powering traditional jet engines for these different categories of flight, from commuter to regional, short haul, medium haul, and long haul. Well, it turns out 73% of the CO2 emissions in aviation come from medium haul and long haul. And for a timeline to create a hydrogen fuel cell system or electric powering system for that category of vehicle, from when you look at how long it takes to develop and certification and integration into a 777 or 787, whatever it may be, it's going to take a long time. And the most rational near-term solution to affect sustainability is going to be using sustainable aviation fuel. So we're going to see a lot more of SAF-related startups, investments, companies going to the space. You talk to any airline, they will say they can't buy enough of it. There's a huge constraint around the availability of SAF, which ultimately comes down to a constraint around the feedstock that goes into creating SAF. So feedstock is animal fat, animal waste, cooking oil, algae, this, that, and the other. So there's a big movement to create more feedstock to be able to be fed into the call it upstream in the creation of SAF-related products. Now, in the topic of hydrogen-powered vehicles, ZeroAvia, and I believe Val is speaking tomorrow around this topic, is doing really, really cool, interesting things. And they're taking the smaller airline sort of commuter-sized vehicle and going through and creating hydrogen conversion for powering the vehicle. What is exceptionally awesome about hydrogen-powered vehicles is the waste is water. Now, one of the challenges in creating hydrogen is it takes a lot of electricity. So if you're pulling electricity off the grid, and it's a grid that's powered by coal and this and all that, this, that, and the other, you're still generating some sort of CO2 emission. But if you're able to do it via solar and wind power, then you legitimately have a completely clean value chain in powering these sorts of vehicles. The last company I'll talk about here is Hyundai. And Hyundai is really interesting, in my opinion, in that they're building very quietly. Yes, they've announced they've got a program. Yes, I believe Yesh is speaking here today, but they're taking a very, very long view and starting to just execute. They're building an incredible team. And if I'm not mistaken, the chairman of Hyundai said by the year 2030, they expect that 1/3 of their business is going to come from things related to the sky. And you have to stop and think about, it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If a company the size of Hyundai believes that 1/3 of its business is going to come from this area, they're going to invest like that. And that means they're going to invest like that today. So with that, super grateful to the entire Revolution.Aero team for giving me an opportunity to share with you what I'm super passionate about, as you can probably tell, is how we move people and goods in a multidimensional world through these incredible vehicles that are being driven by incredible exponential technologies. If you want to chat, my email's here, my telephone number's here. Drop me a note. Would love to visit with you if you're a startup, if you're an investor, if you're a builder. Love to keep the conversation going. So with that, I'm going to hopefully have my panelists join here. And so Yuvan, thanks for the opportunity for the annual State of the Union discussion.
Thanks, Cyrus. That was a comprehensive overview, very insightful as always. We do have sessions from John Langford and Eric Allison, so stay tuned for those later today. Cyrus, before you go into your next panel, I thought we could just go through a couple of questions on the presentation. So it seems as though many companies are looking at the medical evacuation, medical delivery market as a viable one. Almost sooner than UAM. Do you think that that's sort of a stepping stone almost, or do you not agree with that?
No, I really do. And if you think about one of the biggest opportunities with going down the medical pathway is you have a bit of a license to get around the noise issue. So if you think about emergency medical response, how do we do that today? We have fire trucks and ambulances with alarms going as loud as they can, ripping down the street to go save people's lives. So I think it's going to be hard for communities to argue around a noisy rescue eVTOL that's landing in the middle of the street to save someone's life. So noise is a big issue. We're going to be talking about Mark Moore in just a bit around noise. And so that's the first point, is that it's quiet. Second point is range. When you're dealing with medical response, you're typically not going to be going very far, particularly if you're talking about dense city centers. So you may be only going a few miles, maybe 5 miles, maybe 10 miles, if you've got these things located at sort of fire stations or whatever you want to call it. So you solve the second issue, which is battery life. So for products like Volocopter's product and products like eHang's product, this and the other, we're getting a first responder on scene makes a big difference. Interesting data point. If you can shave 1 minute off of the average response time for a heart attack or stroke, the likelihood of survival skyrockets. Just 1 minute. And so think about the economic impact of that, of saving those lives from heart attack and stroke by virtue of getting there 1 minute quicker. It'll pay for itself. So that one area is an area we're pretty excited about to see as relatively low-hanging fruit for regulatory acceptance, for community acceptance, and being able to take advantage of some of the constraints from technology perspective around noise and battery life.
That's amazing, Cyrus. I'm going to let you stay on and invite the panelists for your next session on who will win the AAM race. Really excited to hear from all your panelists. Thanks very much.
Wonderful. Well, I am so honored to get to share this panel with some incredible folks in this industry. First person I'd like to introduce is Mark Moore. If you've been following this industry for any period of time, you will know that Mark is one of the granddaddies. Mark was the co-founder of Uber Elevate, many-decade veteran at NASA, PhD. When we're talking about distributed electric propulsion and the leading edge design, Mark ran that initially over at NASA. And as he spun out of Uber, he's out doing the American dream and looking to create a new future for us. And unfortunately, we won't be able to talk too much about that today, as much as I want to, Mark. And I know our panelists want to know what you're up to, because anything Mark is touching is likely to be amazing. So Mark, thanks so much for joining us. Super excited to visit with you about your point of view around who's going to win this AAM race.
Pleasure to be here.
So our next guest is Sergio. So Sergio is coming to us from SMG Consulting and has really positioned himself as a leader in helping large organizations think about how this industry is coming together and analyzing. He's put out a lot of great research. I included some of it in my presentation earlier. Some of it is up for debate around this AAM reality index. I'm sure we're gonna have a lively conversation with our panelists around all that. But Sergio, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
And our last guest is Kolin from Lufthansa's Innovation Hub. Kolin is also putting out incredible work. You saw some of it in my presentation as well. But Kolin and his team are effectively responsible for informing Lufthansa how they should be thinking about the space. As you see American Airlines coming in, you see United Airlines coming in, you're seeing Virgin Group coming into this space. I'm expecting, hopefully soon, Kolin, some of your work is going to generate some exciting announcements from our friends over at Lufthansa in the not so distant future. So welcome to the panel, Kolin.
Yeah, thanks for the invite.
Great. Well, I think the first question I'd like to pose to the group, being that the name of the session is who will win the race? I think the important question to ask is, what will it take to win? And so I'll start with you, Kolin. What do you think it's going to take for a company to be successful in the space? And we can then kind of parlay that into how does that reflect with some of the companies that are already out there?
Yeah, so from my point of view, who will win is a question that you probably shouldn't ask, because there will be multiple winners in the end, and a startup, and that's because there are so many different use cases. We have different geographies, so there will be multiple players being active in the space. But what a company needs is definitely a strong financial backbone, a great team behind it to build this new company off the ground, and also a strong partnership, because we shouldn't forget that literally we need to build a new industry which requires infrastructure, regulators, and so on. And so from my point of view, these three are the main important things to consider.
Wonderful. On that topic, being that one of your native companies, Volocopter, is just down the road, would love to hear your perspective on what Volocopter is doing. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mark, because I think Mark's got some interesting vantage points around some of this multi-copter stuff.
Yeah, so if looking at Volocopter, they started launching this Volo City, which is more used for inner city or airport shuttle purposes. And then recently, a couple of weeks ago, they announced the Volo Connect, which is used for more regional distances, similar to the Lilium Jet. And I think that's quite a smart move to cover different use cases here. Because I'm currently not so sure about the inner city airport city shuttle use case, especially in a region such as Germany, where usually the cities are smaller in size, the distances are quite short, and alternative transport modes are pretty well established. For example, the train system. So it's, from my point of view, a smart move that Volocopter enters like the more regional area serving, for example, 2 different cities.
Awesome. Mark, you have been you've been not shy about your perspective around multicopters. And I think you have a pretty unique point of view around this space. So take us through your perspective around the concept of multicopters. What are your concerns? And maybe we'll put it up to debate for the group to kind of say, how do we tee this out into something that's rational for our guests to understand?
Thanks, Cyrus. And look, we should debate these things. We should, as an industry, we need to stand up and have even difficult conversations together to do exactly what was said, to have as many successful companies and not a single winner. That's not a healthy industry. So first to answer your question is, yeah, you've got to have the funding. You've got to have very high levels of safety, very low levels of noise, but you also have to have fantastic operating costs. So not only, have I beat up multicopters, and I'll say why in a second, but I've also beat up hybrids, because from all the studies that I did, both at NASA and at Uber, I could not find hybrid solutions that could be competitive with battery electric. So I am like all in embracing the Tesla mantra that you got to go battery electric to have enough differentiation in terms of the operating costs to get you to that vibrant future of really low costs. So why am I so opinionated about multicopters? Because you look at these criteria and they're especially poor in terms of range payload and speed. So the basic performance characteristics that aerospace cares about. And trust me, whenever you go up in the air, it gets expensive. And so you really need to have good range payload and speed. But the safety, the inherent safety of multicopters, I will debate anyone on this, and we should have this debate, because I don't believe any aircraft should ever be certified that can't withstand a complete power failure and get down safely. And whether it's Volocopter or EHang, they can't glide, they can't auto-rotate, and they haven't incorporated ballistic recovery parachutes. So if they have a complete power failure, it's coming down and it's not going to be good. And I can tell you, there's going to be times, as much as a zealot as I am about distributed electric propulsion, being one of the pioneers, there's going to be times when these aircraft have complete power failures, right? And something as simple as a pilot ignoring, unless you're going to take away, the control of the vehicle from a pilot. And even if one last comment on this, even if you look at commercial transports, they cost hundreds of millions of dollars. So since the year 2000, there's been 12 times when those large commercial transports have experienced complete power failures and been able to glide down to recovery. So look, that's inherent. And again, flying around one person, so I'm going to beat up, Whisk as well as EHang and Volocopter here. Flying around one person at a time with a pilot, or even 2 people in that autonomous future, you can't get to good. You can't get to good operating costs. You need to be carrying more people around. So let me leave it at that.
Well, Mark, let me just push back on you just a little bit in terms of a perspective. This. Almost all these vehicles are going to be electric fly-by-wire. And, you start talking about, power failures. I have a hard time understanding how any vehicle is going to be able to fly safely, with the exception of a few that will have some sort of redundant flight control systems. But how would you compare that discussion where you have fully electric flight control systems and fully electric vehicles? How is that really any different than having a multi-copter sort of complete sort of electrical control system?
Good question, because you fence that off. You essentially have a power bus, which is for the propulsion system and inherently in some of these vehicles, the control as well. But then you also have a control avionics and fly-by-wire bus. So you don't have the same dependency because it doesn't take 800 volts, and 1 megawatt to power the fly-by-wire system. So you essentially fence that off so it is protected, and you can, you don't have the same pressures on the bus, on the avionics and fly-by-wire bus, than you do on the power grid bus for the propulsion. It's very, very different.
Okay, so lots of different point of views around this. Sergio, do you have any sort of point of view on this topic?
Yes. So I agree with what the fellow panelists have talked about. I think Mark makes a very interesting point with the fact that there's no auto rotation, there is no wing to glide for a multicopter. But if we go to what is needed to be successful, so I completely agree funding. I completely agree. You need to have a great team. You need to have the technology. But I think there's two pieces also that are very important. One being certification and the next one being production. These vehicles are new and novel in the interpretation of the regulators. They've never been certified. And we have seen many optimistic prediction when it comes to the certification timeline. And right now there is nothing that says otherwise. But it is the first time that many of these regulators go about this. And last but not least, there is the part of production. Many of these companies build their business cases, or maybe all of these companies build their business cases on productions of vehicle in quantities that aerospace has not seen since World War II. But again, World War II was kind of a corner case. And the interesting part is how will we ramp up production? So we've seen what pains supply chain go when they need to ramp up production. If you remember the early 2000s, late 90s issues with the 737 production line. And so it's going to be interesting to see how these companies can meet the production number, especially because they're working with new material, like, for example, thermoplastics.
Wonderful. Well, hopefully, Mark, Sergio, Kolin, our regulators are the ones that are spending the time and energy to really ensure that these things are at a level in safety before they get in the hands of the consumers. And that's our trust in the system. And so hopefully we'll know more from that perspective as any of these vehicles actually get to FAA certification, which I'm hopeful that we'll see some of these in the not so distant future. Mark, let's go back to you. One of the things that you have become perhaps one of the world's expert in is noise. Love to get your perspective on noise, what you're seeing, and sort of how does that play into this world? Because there's clearly this urban use case, but in the case of Beta Technologies, where their primary customer is UPS, it's United States Air Force, it's United Therapeutics, where noise may not be as relevant for a player like Beta. Not that they're not focusing towards creating a quiet product, but let's hear your perspective as we kind of go forward in this industry around noise.
It very much has to do with the frequency of operation and where those operations are taking place. So I agree with your premise that look, if it's a life-saving mission and that happens once every 4 hours, then neighborhoods can tolerate that. Unless you live in San Francisco, and then they don't even tolerate that at hospitals, right? That's how sensitive they are in San Francisco about noise. So there's the question of, look, for any of these industries to be successful, for Beta to be successful, they're going to want to do a lot of operations. So the frequency is high. The question is then, so that pushes to needing to be pretty low noise, unless it has enough of a standoff distance. If they're operating at an airport, it's going to be quiet enough, right? They've already essentially set up those boundaries. But the whole beauty of these eVTOL aircraft is to operate in close proximity to where people live, play, and work. And so we don't want to be bound by airports. So to me, I will say that even for life-saving missions, if you're trying to have aircraft that are going to be used at high frequency, close to people, they're going to have to be quiet. And it's not just a matter of how much noise you're making, but what quality of noise. And that's why I really hope the industry pushes forward with, instead of talking about dB, but starting to talk about partial loudness metrics that really capture the annoyance or acceptance. And I'm going to beat up on multicopters one more time. I don't like multicopters because they're always making noise. It's not just at the takeoff and landing, like eVTOLs with wings, but they're in powered lift the entire flight. So even when they're flying over and in cruise, they're making a lot of noise. And they're so slow that they're making a lot of noise for a long time.
Useful point of view. So let's go over to Kolin. Kolin, love to get your perspective on how is an airline thinking about this? How does a huge organization like Lufthansa start to wrap their head around this incredible disruption that's happening, around the world in not only aviation, but automotive and transportation and logistics? Walk us through kind of how Lufthansa has set that up and kind of what it is that you're saying, to whatever extent you can, to your sort of leaders of your organization about the strategy they put in place going forward.
Well, it's a good question because we ask ourselves this question quite often. So what's actually the role of airlines and what role should Lufthansa play in this overall game? Because if you look at least at some use cases here, the inner city travel, as well as the capacity of how many people fit into one of those air taxi vehicles, for example, 2 people or 4, that definitely is not what an airline is used to. Usually we transport hundreds of people at once. And therefore we are trying to evaluate, and it's still ongoing, what our role will be in this space. But nonetheless, because it's a disruptive area and also other players are entering from our industry, we follow this, and we started early back in already 3 to 4 years ago, looking in this field, and where we see a use case, at least from an airline perspective, is definitely to offer a new service, a new product for high-paying customers, such as first and business travelers. Once they arrive at, for example, the Munich hub or the Frankfurt hub, to transport them to the next destination in close proximity. Similar to what Lufthansa already did or is doing for the first class customers, where they offer these customers we picked up by a Porsche car, for example. And this could be, at least that's one possibility. But next to the eVTOLs, we also look obviously also into other areas such as electric flights, which at least have more capacity to transport people.
One of the things that we've been talking about a lot is these vehicles, while they may not be consuming oil, they will be consuming batteries, and that batteries have a limited life to them. Love to hear your point of view in thinking about this supply of the energy source in this world where we have a lot more demand for batteries than we do theoretical supply in terms of what's easily and readily available.
Yeah, I mean that's a very important topic because sustainability is a big topic within the airline world, and especially Lufthansa as well. And lots of the air taxi players use their slogan, "We are offering a sustainable transport option." But what they don't tell is that the sourcing and the recycling, the waste also produces quite a lot of CO2 emissions. So that's why, for example, Lilium puts on their investor slide deck zero operating emissions. which kind of is not accounting for the whole life cycle of the air vehicle. And if you have to imagine that you, I don't know, have to replace the whole battery pack of an air taxi multiple times a year, then several implications follow. So is it sustainable? What about operating costs? And so on. So I think it's a nice way to use sustainability as a buzzword for this, but it really needs to be sustainable in the end. Yeah, and I think more research and also more insights from these startups actually is needed to better estimate in the end how much CO2 emissions are being saved by using this mode of transport. And one final comment. Another question also is, does this new form of transport really replaces existing transport modes? Or are we actually adding another transport mode to already existing transport options? Because if we are adding another transport option, then it's probably not that sustainable. But we should rather aim for replacing existing transport options, either be it cars or short-haul flights or whatever.
You know, it's interesting you talk about replacing. I mean, I can give you one specific example where we're replacing existing modes of not particularly sustainable transport today, which is with some of this package delivery with drones. So this example of Google Wing, right? Their number one requested item being coffee. So how do we get our coffee today? We get in our 4,000-pound vehicle. We go drive 20 minutes to our favorite coffee shop to go pick up an 8-ounce payload and then drive it back and consume 30 minutes and a lot of gas and all that sort. And I think we look at kind of going away from these huge passenger carrying vehicles to these much smaller form factor vehicles that are available today, fully electric, fully autonomous, fully sort of all that stuff. I think that's a unique story. Now, how relevant is that for Lufthansa? Maybe a lot, maybe not. So that's, I think to be said. Mark, for the benefit of our guests that are not experts in batteries, why is it that in this world of eVTOLs, we have to potentially replace battery packs multiple times a year versus with a Tesla, JB Straubel and Elon said, hey, you don't have to replace these things for 10 years or even 15 years. What's the major difference?
The difference is the productivity of the eVTOL. And that is they're doing the entire lifespan in miles of a Tesla in less than 1 year. So recently, Joby came out with a public statement saying that they will get 10,000 cycles out of their batteries from the beginning. And their definition of a cycle is a 26-mile trip, a flight cycle. So in reality, when you look at how much energy they have in their pack, that probably translates to somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 cycles before a battery pack needs to be replaced. Another big difference is with a Tesla, the lifespan of the battery can go all the way down to 60 or 70% of the battery capacity. You can't do that with eVTOL aircraft, right? Because you have to size the aircraft for the end of life of the battery. So batteries need to be retired on eVTOL at somewhere between 85 and 90% capacity. That means the battery is essentially getting worse and worse the more you use it. But a key thing to realize, it's not just energy density that gets worse as you use the batteries, it's also the specific power. And if you can't get that power out of the battery right at the minimum state of charge when you're coming in for a landing, then that eVTOL is not going to have a good day. So it is a much more difficult duty cycle than Tesla has. But look, I am thrilled with where we are with batteries in terms of their amortization and life cycles. They're right where they need to be. And the great thing about batteries is they're just going to keep getting better and cheaper. So when you look at what's really important, it's the overall economics. And the batteries, a battery electric eVTOL or eCTOL actually has very reasonable amortized battery costs.
So, as we talk about batteries being changed out, so one of the co-founders of Tesla is J.B. Straubel. He was the original CTO and was the CTO up until about 3-4 years ago. And while running Tesla, one of the questions he would frequently get is, what happens to these battery packs when you're done with them? What do you do with them? And for a long time, he didn't have a very good answer to that question.
Until he raised $1 billion.
Until he raised a tremendous amount of money to start a company called Redwood Materials. And for those of you not familiar with Redwood Materials, this might be the equivalent of an ExxonMobil that was just started. And that what Redwood Materials has figured out how to do is take these battery packs coming off of Teslas, coming off of eVTOLs, coming off of cell phones and scooters and all that are at this end of life, go through a process where they can reclaim 99% of the raw material out of the battery and then sell it back to Samsung, Tesla, whoever it may be.
Well, the key is at what price is he able to do that? Look, this is probably I'm so glad you pointed this out. This is one of the most exciting companies around. And personally, I would love to put money into it because I think this is huge. But your next speaker, Eric Allison, if you want to put him on the spot, one of the last things that we did at Uber Elevate was this huge emission studies. And we showed just how fantastic battery electric cars or eVTOL are with one assumption. You have to recycle the batteries. And that is the whole key to really sustainable solutions and why battery electric have the best emissions if they do this.
It's interesting. I bought my first Tesla in 2012, and we're coming up on about 10 years on. So I don't own that car anymore, but whoever owns that car is probably getting pretty darn close to, changing out that battery pack. And so this is a big fat rat that's moving through the snake that's got a long time delay. If you think about all of these Teslas being produced, all these new electric cars, and eventually eVTOL companies producing these vehicles, but replacing batteries at 30 times faster, if not more, depending on where we're at. So,
Cyrus, one point I think that's interesting to make is what Beta is looking to do with the used batteries. So they're looking to take the used batteries and to put them in their charging station. And I think that's really interesting because, as Mark was saying, like my Tesla, I've already destroyed 6% of the batteries, and I used to destroy it because of the way I drive. But it's fine. But it wouldn't be for any eVTOL, you would be reaching the end of the life. In fact, with the Tesla, if you lose, if the battery is 65% capacity within like 8 years, they'll replace it. But that's a lot. And I think what Beta is doing, it's inserting another piece in this sustainability game by reusing the batteries, because at that point, they can take the charge down significantly and still use it before send it for recycling.
And EPS is doing this too, right? So in fact, they're talking about a model where you don't even buy the batteries. You buy the energy from the batteries, and then they recycle them as part of a ground station battery. So the whole industry is going this way, and it's absolutely required. And why wouldn't you? It's crazy to completely recycle a battery when it still has 90% capacity.
Yeah, this is an area that, for all transportation logistics, doesn't matter if you're a trucking company, if you're an automotive company, if you're a flying vehicle company, a rail company, who knows, is going to need this problem to be solved. Because I think digging into the ground to rip out all this lithium and all these metals, and a lot of it's over in China, and that's got a huge supply chain issue associated with that, this is perhaps the holy grail of electric sustainable movement of people and goods. Sergio, one of the things that in preparing for this call that you mentioned that I think is a relevant point of discussion is this concept of pull versus push in sort of cargo versus passenger carrying. I think the audience would appreciate hearing your point of view on that.
So we have a lot of different use cases when it comes to advanced air mobility, right? And so one thing that we're thinking of these use cases as pull use cases and push use cases. What's the difference? In a pull use case, there is an existing demand out there that's just looking for a new tool in order to either increase their efficiency or open new markets. And this is the case, for example, for the cargo side of the advanced air mobility. In this case, the UPSs of the world, the Amazon of the world, know that there is a need for the same day or next day delivery, not only of high value goods and healthcare, but also from the point of view of, as you were saying, we don't want to go to the coffee store because one reason or another, we just want the coffee to show home. And for example, for me, a few weeks ago, I ran out of paper, and I would have loved the paper to show up in a few hours. But again, these vehicles can allow these companies to do that. On the other side, air taxi, we see it more as a push demand. The reason being, none of us has gone to our mayors and asked for an air taxi to fly to the airport, to fly to the train station. And so in this case, it's been more of a technology push where we've had this technology come to the forefront. And this technology is definitely going to add another option to our commutes. However, it's a market that will take a little bit more time to develop for the simple reason that I think it's mainly going to be based on induced demands, because once people will see, oh, wow, I can get to LAX in 15 minutes and it's relatively inexpensive. Again, at the beginning, I'm thinking it's going to be probably $200 to go from OC to LAX. But at the same time, in time, it will be these induced demands where people will say, wow, this can save me time. Why don't I do that? I think the vision of Archer of, going to a party from Santa Monica to the Hollywood Hills on any VTOL, it's a little bit farther out. But again, I think that's what we want to strive to make these vehicles part of the conversation every day.
Awesome. Mark, a question from the audience that I think you're probably best suited to answer. The question is, I see that eVTOL business cases using 6 miles or 3 minutes and up to 10 minutes as energy reserve. This seems extremely optimistic. Which regulator will allow this when regs for established heli and fixed wing ops are 20 to 45 minutes? Point of view, Mark?
Great question. Yes, and so the key is, this question is absolutely right on. VFR heli reserves are 20 minutes. As you get into fixed wing, it increases. If you get to IFR, it's not just 45 minutes, it's plus the alternate. So it becomes really, really difficult. But it's the context of what you're operating in, right? Those reserves were developed for essentially cross-country flights. If the eVTOL are only flying ever in the confines of a network where they have established emergency locations that is guaranteed available in 5 minutes, then why would you have anything more than a 5-minute reserve? Because 100% of the time, you can guarantee the ability to get down. So the difference is in the ops certificate, these eVTOL will be limited to operate within the confines of a network that has guaranteed emergency landing site availability to have this reduced operating reserve.
As a helicopter pilot, the idea of only having 10 minutes, because there's been times where I couldn't land. I mean, I'm over a forest, or I'm over a mountain range, or I'm over homes and stuff where it's not, where you start sweating when you've only got a half hour of gas left. In fact, I think the least I've ever gone down to is 35 minutes, and it wasn't particularly comfortable even at that point. But hopefully this new world comes together in a bit of a different way.
And that's why helicopters will still have their uses, right? You're still going to keep flying a heli, but if it's for transport within a city, an eVTOL is going to be way, way better than a helicopter in every single dimension.
Awesome. Folks, I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your busy days to join me and the entire Revolution.Aero community to share your very thoughtful point of view Really excited for Eric Allison, who's coming up next. And, Mark, you and Eric and Dara and Travis and Nikhil and all you guys there from the alumni of Uber, this whole industry has a lot to be grateful for you guys collectively in taking a big risk when nobody else is really talking about this at scale, and certainly not a large corporation the size of Uber that gave permission for this whole industry to be formed. So as a beneficiary of that personally, and the rest of us on the screen as beneficiaries of that, and passing the same sort of gratitude to Eric, who's now running Elevate on behalf of Joby. You guys have made a big difference, and really, really grateful for your work. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Yuvan and have Eric come on board.
Thanks very much to Cyrus for his solo presentation, as well as to Mark, Kolin, and Sergio. You heard him say it. Next, we have one of the players in the AAM race. I'm delighted to welcome Eric Allison, or rather Dr. Eric Allison, Head of Product at Joby Aviation. Eric brings a wealth of experience to his role at Joby, most notably from Uber Elevate and as CEO of Z.Aero. Hi, Eric. Lovely to have you. How are you?
Doing well. Nice to see you, Yuvan.
And likewise. So you've had a great introduction from the panelists just before. Eric, would you like to take us through a quick update on what Joby has been up to since December? You've been in the news a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. So as many people know, Joby acquired Uber Elevate in the beginning of the year, and then shortly thereafter announced the SPAC transaction that we're going through. But we've been pretty busy since then, and so a couple of things to note I think that are pretty important is that our team has grown quite a bit. So we're now more than 800 people overall, 400 of whom are engineers, and we've got a few pretty fantastic people. Everyone's a fantastic person, but in particular, some notable people who've joined the team. Wanted to point out Didier Papadopoulos has joined us as head of program and systems engineering. He was previously at Garmin, where his team was pretty key to the development and certification of the emergency auto land. So we're super excited to have him on board. And also Dan Elwell has joined us as an advisor. And previously he was acting administrator of FAA and is a member of the board at Alaska as well. So it's just really fantastic to have talent like that joining our team. And obviously we've been flight testing a lot. We have aircraft in flight testing, and that's going really well. We've been posting some clips here and there about that, and not going to go into too many details today about it, but it's been going great. We've been working on our production capabilities, completed assembly of our second full-size test aircraft, production prototype, and on certification, we've been working through the means of compliance. Just a lot of work to be done, and working through that with the FAA. And we were really excited to see that Steve Dixon, who's the administrator of the FAA, testified before a House Appropriations Committee that he expects the first eVTOL to get a type certificate in 2023 in the U.S. and that fits our timeline. And so we're really excited about that. And then additionally, we announced a partnership with some pretty big infrastructure players, Reef, Macquarie, Signature, and related. So we've been pretty busy across the board. It's really exciting times.
It sounds like a great 6 months. And Eric, you've been in this space yourself for really, quite some time, lots of experience, as I mentioned. Can you walk us through, the work that you did at Z and at Uber Elevate, and how has that sort of influenced what you're doing now at Joby?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really been remarkable to see the trajectory of this industry. I mean, I think that I spent some time with Mark, who was previously on the broadcast here a few minutes ago, a long time ago, in the early days of Z. Got to know him, and to see the industry transition from a bunch of people who had fantastic ideas, but they were little more than ideas 11 years ago, to an industry that's really billions of dollars are pouring in, and it's growing so rapidly, and there's so much excitement across the board on it. It's just been remarkable and really exciting. And so my background was doing starting as an engineer, eventually driving engineering at Z, and then taking over and running the entire operation. And I left there to go to Elevate. because I was really captivated by the vision that the Elevate team and that Uber as this ginormous company who was had made such an amazing impact in the transportation world had put forward as the use case. Like, what was this killer use case for these vehicles that we'd spent so much time thinking about and developing technology for? And at Elevate, we really focused on that aspect of it. We focused on this idea of what is the way that these vehicles go to market, and what is the business case behind it, and what are the essential elements across the board. And what's been really exciting is that I've been able to continue that work and with Joby. I mean, Joby is just the perfect kind of partnership or kind of bringing together of this big picture vision, because Joby had the right vision for the right vehicle that matched that market so perfectly. And so we were able to kind of, like, without missing a beat, continue the work that we have been doing at Elevate, now completely inside of Joby, and part of the team there, and bringing together in a really focused way that the vision of the platform and the consumer-facing piece of it, and the best-in-class vehicle that is just perfectly matched to this business case.
And so, but the essentially the Elevate model, might have changed a bit. I think you mentioned that there's Joby's going for a more sort of vertical integration of it. So you had, the previous model had different partners, vehicle partners such as Hyundai and Bell and things. Joby is the only one doing it now. So is that sort of your model going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. Yeah. So Elevate's now fully integrated into Joby, and so we're essentially vertically integrating all the way up from the design and manufacture of the vehicle all the way up through the operation of the network and the platform. And then we will have this relationship with Uber where we will appear in the Uber app. Uber will provide the multimodal connectivity on the ground side in the Joby app as well. And so kind of a bi-directional integration of this. And we're really excited about that because it helps us de-risk our go-to-market incredibly, because we have this giant demand funnel that we'll be able to bring demand into the service immediately on day one from what we're doing. And we'll be able to then fuel that the multimodal integration that is so critical, we think, to making everything work.
And Eric, so take us through the timeline a bit. You mentioned that the FAA is looking to certificate by sort of 2023. When could we expect to be flying around, and what's the target fleet size and things like that?
Yeah, so what we've said in terms of the publicly released information that we put out there is that we're targeting 2023 for a type certificate, and we're targeting the beginning of operations in 2024. And so the vision that we have is that we will, start to really focus on a small number of launch markets where we'll be able to kind of invest in and start to build out the network and the service. And then we envision going deep in these markets and really developing out the scale of the network as we build out the service. And so we think that as the network builds out and develops, we will be able to continue to cultivate that demand, partially fueled by our partnership with Uber, and also partially fueled by the latent demand and the demand that we think exists from our modeling in these markets as well. And so that's kind of how we're approaching this overall problem. We're really focused on what's the right place to start, and how do we build and really kind of build out the use case and demonstrate just how powerful this mode of transportation is in these key markets.
Absolutely. We heard Mark talking a little bit about the issues with noise in the urban areas, and I know someone, I think it was Cyrus before, that mentioned also that Joby's low noise design is one of the things that that really sets it apart. So talk to us a bit about that, and how the low noise design was one of the first considerations. How do you actually incorporate it as a principle? Yeah,
it's a really interesting design problem, and it's super important to make this whole. We believe it's super important to make the market work. And so, noise is not something that you can kind of just sprinkle on after the fact. The principles of low noise design have to be kind of embraced early on in the process. And so, as an example of what we've done. We had to make some tough decisions early on as we were designing the aircraft to make sure that it would have this amazing low noise signature, that we think is so critical to the market. So for example, we made decisions to have direct drive motors that are able to drive the rotors with low tip speeds. And then we also did many iterations of propeller design in order to build the characteristics that we can then leverage into the actual operation of the aircraft. And there's tough design decisions along the way that have to be made, and you have to push the technology pretty hard in order to get that incredibly low noise signature that we think is important.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a question from the audience that says, could you talk about the manufacturing process?
Sure. So we are taking a pretty vertically integrated approach, and so we are making sure that we are able to produce the key things that need to be produced in a tightly coupled way with our engineering. And so we are investing in the right processes and the right approaches to manufacture our aircraft. And one of the things, though, that we think is really key is that we have an incredible partner in Toyota, who's one of our major investors and one of the best manufacturers in the entire world. And so we have gleaned a lot of information from them in terms of the different approaches, and they're just a fantastic partner in this that we think is going to be a real key differentiator for us as we are able to build out our manufacturing capability and go to market.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you still targeting the fleet of 850 by 2026, or is that number off?
Yeah, so the numbers no changes to the plans in terms of the publicly disclosed information in the program that we put forward as part of our process here, and that's across several markets. And so this is an example of how we think that the right approach is to go deep into markets initially and really to build out that network, the network effect of how the demand grows as you get more and more utility of the service in the market.
We've got another question from the audience, Eric. Someone's asking whether Joby is planning to expand towards other continents for eVTOL operations.
So we're really focused on our initial launch markets in the U.S. because we're working with FAA for the initial type certification of the vehicle. That's kind of the essential kind of linchpin of being able to launch this type of a service in these markets. Certainly, we're paying attention to other markets outside of the U.S. We think that there's many fantastic markets around the world that could benefit from this service, and so we'll stay tuned and we'll see how things develop. But we're really focused on our initial launch, leveraging the relationship that we have in terms of the certification work that we're doing here in the U.S.
Lots of questions coming in, Eric. Another one is, what do you have within your machine to deal with emergency failures or loss of power, especially for congested areas?
So we are, the question of safety and kind of safety by design is a really important one. And so, you have to, again, this has to be kind of the guiding star in some sense, guiding light to how you do everything. And so we have many kind of a multi-layered approach to safety in terms of the design of the vehicle that we have taken. So examples of, there's multiple windings within the motors, multiple inverters driving the windings. There's this layers of safety that we've built in so that there's no single points of failure in the propulsion system, and that helps us to build out that overall safety case. That's frankly a critical part of the certification process that we are going through right now with the aircraft that I think will allow us to be able to both build confidence with the public that these are safe machines to be able to go about using on a regular basis in your daily lives, and also demonstrate that to ourselves too, because it's the guiding, like I said, it's the kind of the North Star for what we're trying to do is build not just an amazingly useful transportation mode that people again can take on a regular basis in their everyday lives, but take one that is amazingly safe and amazingly just kind of this magical new form of transportation kind of across the board.
Absolutely. We have another question from the audience. ID Tech X expects around 1,200 eVTOLs in production by 2030. Do you agree with the numbers? Or do you think we're going to be looking at many more?
I'm not familiar with that projection, and I just have to point back to the numbers that that we've released publicly as part of the process that we're going through right now. That we think that the market is pretty meaningful and really, really exciting.
Of course, of course. Eric, so there's been, we saw a slide earlier from Cyrus where we talked about the sort of airline orders and that interest that's come into the eVTOL space. Do you have any opinions on that? And is Joby looking to move in that direction at all?
Yeah, I think that there's, it's great to see all of the interest that is coming into this space. And again, kind of thinking back to the early days of this entire industry 10, 11 years ago, which is actually not that long ago. And, folks playing around with model airplane motors in their garage basically is kind of where this all started. To see that acceleration, that kind of the development curve, that's just amazing. And all of this interest from major players across the board that's coming into it, I think it's fantastic. And it's really satisfying having been sitting kind of in the center of this in some ways and in different contexts for the last 10, 11 years. So we think that of course, the airport use case is incredibly important. And actually, that's one of the reasons we're really excited about our partnership with Uber, because we, that's a place where we think that there's going to be a lot of demand and that we'll be able to serve that very effectively through that partnership that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. You talked about, so, obviously that there's lots of key components to bringing everything together, pulling the UAM sort of ecosystem together. But one of those is naturally the regulatory approval. The regulators have to back the UAM industry in order for it to get anywhere. Can we talk a little bit about the importance of that and how it's going to play out in your opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. So aviation, aircraft, air transportation is a highly regulated industry. And so and I think it's actually good. I mean, we benefit from that every time we get on an airplane, every time we use the air transportation system, we benefit from that, the regulation and the standards, frankly, that are put in place that people who are operating in this system have to live up to. And so we think that is an incredibly important aspect of just how amazingly safe, I'm almost mind-blowingly safe on a per passenger mile basis, the air transportation system in the US is today. And so but it's a multi-layered thing. So there's regulations around the design and certification, the type certificate, the design and certification of the airplane. There's regulations around the certification of the manufacturing process to make sure that the aircraft that you produce conform to that type design. And those are all processes that we're going through right now, certifications that we will get before we're able to enter service. There's also operational certifications though, and that and so we've actually started to engage on that as well. We are pursuing a Part 135 certificate that will be part of our overall vertically integrated approach to bringing this mode of transportation to market. And so the operational certification is an incredibly important piece of that. And so I think that will be that it's been great to see the team that we've been able to build. We have world-class people who are working to get that certificate in hand so that we can start to exercise it and start to understand and be able to have all of the pieces in place so that we can actually launch our service on that time frame that we have communicated.
We have another question from the audience from Martin Shepard, who's wondering, are you able to draw on existing lessons regarding flight in urban areas, such as restrictions regarding single engine capability that currently prohibit such aircraft from operating in the urban areas?
Yeah, so we certainly are very keenly aware of all the different regulations. I mean, the regulations on operations are different in the US and Europe, for example. And so we are paying close attention to that. And of course, we'll take that into account in the way that we design our operations and we get our operational certification. And that's also been the vision of how these vehicles are used is the core of what we're doing in terms of the design and certification of the aircraft itself too. So we're certainly keenly aware of the regulations across the board.
Eric, let's talk a bit about the Elevate infrastructure and how as we're saying, many components. How do you think that that the AAM infrastructure is gonna support that? Have you sort of locked down partners, or how are you going to go about actually setting that up?
Yeah, one of the things that the really exciting things that we're able to continue the work. One of the elements of work that we are continuing in the Joby context, kind of without missing a beat, is the work that we've been doing in demand modeling. And so, we started doing this basically from day one at Elevate, and then developed a pretty sophisticated capability of being able to ingest data from different sources and to model out the way networks work, and look at where the hotspots of demand are based on our understanding of current day preferences that people have. We've done a bunch of surveys, thousands and thousands of surveys, frankly, at Elevate, brought all that with us to Joby. That's now fueling this market simulation capability that we have. That lets us get insight, I think pretty unique insight into the infrastructure locations. Where are the right hotspots? Even sometimes a mile or two in different directions can make a really big difference. And so it helps us to identify where those hotspots of demand are. And then that helps us in turn drive partnerships with like I mentioned previously, partnerships like with Reef and with Macquarie, that are, we think, going to be really key to building out this infrastructure network at a pace that supports the scale of what we're trying to do.
Eric, Brian Flynn at Diamond Stream is wondering if you considered applying for a Part 121 certificate to operate as a commercial airline.
So we're pursuing a Part 135 certificate. Because we think that's the appropriate classification for what we're doing, essentially.
That's great. You mentioned, Eric, about how far things have come. Obviously, Joby's been around for really quite some time, 12 years now. Looking back on some of the earlier stages of the model of the aircraft, how have things changed? I think we talked a little bit about that before this.
Yeah, I think that Joby we've taken a really deliberate approach in how we do that, and how we've pursued the technology and developed it, and did a lot of work in the early days on understanding the fundamentals of the technology and how what are the trade-offs, what are the fundamental trade-offs that lead to a good aircraft in all of these dimensions of the problem that the aircraft has to be good in. And then as the elements of that came together and the design kind of crystallized into the form that you see today, that we've been pursuing for the last few years, then we were really able to focus on it and pursue it, and pretty rapidly move through prototypes or production prototypes, and now working on the next stage. And so that is, I think, a really really important component of how we've developed the aircraft, and that there's rapid iteration, essentially, when things were keeping it simple and rapidly iterating to understand the fundamental technology, and then finding that right form, and then really pushing on it to rapidly develop it and bring it to market.
So Eric, as a consumer, what am I looking at? Say, if I wanted to go, on one of your popular routes, what do you think it would cost me comparatively, say, to the Uber pricing of today, to get in a Joby flight?
Yeah, we think that that initially the pricing will be, again, I don't want to, we publicly released information about how we think that the pricing will change over time. I think that it will not be as cheap as an Uber X to start with, but I think that the vision that we have is that as we're able to drive demand, and as we're able to get the flywheel going, essentially, so more demand allowing us to drive load factors up and more density of operations, that we'll be able to drive that price down progressively over time. Certainly the vision that we have is that over time this becomes more and more accessible in terms of a mode of transportation that people can take on a regular basis. And of course, the way we actually price it will be dynamic on the routes. And so there's that's, again, part of the work that we're doing in terms of the market simulation and understanding the route networks and where the demand is, because we can use that dynamic pricing approach to make sure that we were able to drive consistent demand throughout the day, and kind of smooth over peaks that exist kind of naturally based on the patterns of movement that exist within cities.
We don't have much time left, Eric, but I'm going to ask you one last question from the audience from Neil Vora. As you expand your manufacturing operations, how will the competition for resources play out, considering there are at least, few other eVTOL companies in the Bay Area within 50 miles of each other?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thanks, Neil, for that. I think that there certainly is going to be competition, and we welcome it in this industry. We're pretty comfortable with where we're at in terms of the work that we're doing, and we think we have a really good plan, and we're pursuing it. And so we think it'll be, as we continue to drive down that pathway and pursue the plan that we have, I think it's a pretty exciting place to work. And I think that anyone who's interested will find it a pretty amazing and exciting place as well.
That's great, Eric. We look forward to seeing you in San Francisco for one of the earliest Joby flights. Thanks very much for joining us. It's really great to have you on. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Yuvan. Have a nice day.
Take care. Thank you very much to Eric. I'm now going to hand over to Dean Donovan, who is MD at Diamond Stream Partners. Dean's company has made a number of aviation investments, including Mexican low-cost carrier Volaris. Dean is an aviation veteran. Thanks for joining us. And I'm going to hand over to Dean for his presentation on the long way home. Hi, Dean. Great to see you.
Great to see you, Yuvan. Thank you very much. Excited to be here.
Thanks very much. I'll let you do your presentation.
Awesome. Well, today I'm going to talk about the long way home, although maybe not long in terms of time, commuting by air. And this is it's a pretty exciting topic because it's potentially a big source of demand for our industry. If you think about transportation, just generically in terms of commuting, it really connects how you want to live and where you want to work. And people want both space and proximity, and depending on their circumstances, they'll trade those off differently. There's lots and lots of land, especially in the United States. So land isn't an issue. Cheap land isn't an issue in terms of housing. Really, the challenge is getting to it, which is a transportation issue above all. And it's really interesting and instructive to go back to the 1950s when automobile technology had matured and people started to build roads, or the countries started to build roads that allowed people to get around by auto very quickly. And when you had both of those things, you opened up vast amounts of land for people to live on. And so people moved out of dense urban areas, they moved into the suburbs, and housing was quite cheap. But in many places in the world, that automobile revolution has really played out. And congestion and the limits of road transportation, increasing population, have really put a lot of pressure on that system. And as a result, we have increasing congestion and we have spiraling land prices, which many of us have experienced personally. Now, partially in response to that, we have a long-term trend of people working from home. And even before COVID, 20% of people work from home, at least part-time. With COVID, attitudes and practices changed dramatically. I think in the United States, the peak percentage of people working from home hit 71% at one point in the crisis. But as of January, about 56% of Americans were working from home, at least part-time, which is a remarkable number. And it's important not just for the temporary number, but for the change in attitudes. Many people will never go back full-time. And that's really setting one piece of what I believe is going to be a commuting revolution into place. The next piece is really going to be lower cost aviation that can get you point to point faster and cheaper potentially than automobiles. So if you think about it, today we have the basis for a commuting revolution. And that basis has five pieces to it. The first is really changed attitudes and fewer days in the office. So people are more open to remote work, both personally, but also employers are more open to it, especially in a time of relatively full employment. That in turn is creating demand for more space at home. And this slide is in honor of our vice president who took many meetings during COVID pandemic from her laundry room to make sure she had a quiet place to do a business meeting. Working from home, even if it's only been part-time, has also freed commuting budgets, and it's freed time from commuting. And so that gives people mental flexibility in their mental accounting around the time that they'll spend commuting and the money that they'll spend commuting to do new and creative things. And the last piece of this, which we haven't seen yet deployed, but we will soon, is faster, lower cost aviation alternatives that can get to land that's inexpensive in a way that cars just can't do today. So as we think about that revolution, we need to think about two key things in terms of market segmentation. Aviation markets usually have two parts. About 90% of the market is a mass market, which is really cost-driven, and about 10% of the market is a premium market, which is more convenience and time-driven. And that's not to say mass market people don't value their time, they do. And it's not to say premium customers who often aren't the ones paying themselves, they're often business customers, don't value costs, they do, but premium customers will pay more, often much more. So we expect that this kind of segmentation will continue to exist in commuting markets in the future. Perhaps mass market will be more important because people tend to pay for their own commutes at a higher percentage than they do for travel in commercial aviation. But nevertheless, we can accept some kind of split between these two markets. However, in commercial aviation, what we see is that both of these markets are served on the same aircraft. You have a business class or a premium economy class where prices are much higher, and you have a coach class where prices can be quite low. And in the new commuting markets, we think that it's actually going to be different kinds of aircraft for each market. And here's why. It has to do with cost inversions. So to really see a mass market takeoff, you need modal substitution. And we think there will be modal substitution from eSTOL to cars. And electric short takeoff and landing aircraft should take small aircraft. And here we have an example of a twin otter that could be electrified. Thank you very much to Kevin Nordkert at Ampere for helping to provide the basis for these numbers. And it shows what could happen. So if you have a cost per seat mile or a revenue per seat mile perhaps of 60 cents for a twin otter today, and auto costs someone 58 cents to operate, that's not a great proposition for flying by air, because commuting by a 19-seat aircraft is going to be inherently inflexible. You're going to have to switch modes for the last mile and the first mile, and it's just not as easy as driving by car. However, if you electrify that aircraft and you get the price per seat mile down to perhaps 40 cents, you're going to be operating 25% cheaper than a car. And what we know from the history of aviation is that when you have these kinds of modal substitutions, you generate enormous demand. And I have two sets of personal experiences on that in my career. The first was back in the day when I was at Bain Dallas and we worked for Greyhound. And Greyhound came to us and said, Southwest Airlines is tearing up our route network. What should we do? How can we compete with them? And what we saw was Southwest was getting people there faster with their point-to-point network, and they were also getting the people there less expensive than Greyhound could. And the answer to Greyhound was, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to compete. You're going to need to build a network that is different than Southwest, because if you go to head-to-head, you're going to lose. And sure enough, over time, most of those bus customers converted to air. I also saw this from the aviation perspective at Volaris in Mexico. When we started Volaris, Mexico had one of the largest bus markets in the world. And over a 13-year period, we tripled the size of the commercial aviation market, largely by taking people off of buses. The potential for that from eStall is there. And that doesn't mean it'll happen fast, and we'll talk about that in a second. But when you get a cost inversion, you can create a lot of demand by mode switching. eVTOL, I think, is a great product for premium markets. And this is based on auto costs versus some numbers Joby published about their RASM. And eVTOL will be at least a 3 times cost premium, probably more to start off with. But eVTOL has some really great advantages in terms of flexibility, time, speed that cars don't have. And so people in premium markets who are willing to pay a premium product for a premium product should find this extremely attractive. So if we take this and we project this onto a commute just to illustrate it, let's say you are a person who's developing an aircraft company in Palo Alto, but you're not Elon Musk yet, and you look at the home price and it's $3.2 million to buy a home in Palo Alto. Price per square foot's almost $1,600 a foot for a house there. You've got 3 kids. You say, you know, I can't really afford what I want, so I think I'm going to commute from Hayward. Hayward's $817,000, $544 per square foot for an average house. But the trade-off you've got is instead of walking to work or a 2-minute commute, you've now got a 30 to 60-minute commute each way. And perhaps you consider Tracy, which is even cheaper, 40% cheaper than Hayward. But Tracy, because of congestion, is a 2.5-hour commute to get to Palo Alto, so you discarded that option. But what if you could make that commute into Palo Alto Airport or San Carlos Airport and do the last mile by car? It completely transforms how you would think about that commute. And here are some illustrative numbers. And it's very important to think about this in the context of remote commuting, because if you did this 5 days a week, it might be tough. But if you take a look at a 5-day a week car commute, and you compare that to a 2-day-a-week eStall commute, it's going to be about the same cost from Tracy Airport. If you look at the eVTOL commute, it'll be about 3 times as expensive. And if you look at the commuting time per week for that, 5 days a week in the car, 2 days a week in an eStall product or an eVTOL product, you see that you're going to save a lot of time. And in particular, you're going to save a lot of time on the eVTOL product because presumably the connection points will be more direct, the intermodal points will be less complicated. But even with eStall, you'll save some time if you do a two-day-a-week commute. And this is how remote work and next generation aviation interact to make more efficient land use and to create commuting structures that can actually work for people and help solve some of the housing issues we have. Now, would 1% of the people take something like this up? You know, many people predict that about 30% of all commuters will be working remotely at least 2 to 3 days a week after the crisis. So if you looked at that, the numbers are just absolutely enormous. You know, if you had 1% penetration, which would be about 3% of remote workers, you'd have 1.5 million daily passengers and 90,000 plus flights per day. Now, that's a very significant fraction of the total number of flights and the total daily passengers on all of commercial aviation today. And will it happen? I don't think it'll happen fast because there's a lot of friction in the system. The first piece of friction is switching modes. Cars are incredibly flexible and cheap. They're a really, really good form of transportation. And anytime you switch modes, say car to air, back to car, it creates friction. And friction slows trips and increases expense. So that kind of friction, that kind of intermodal friction that Eric was just referring to in terms of the deal between Joby and Uber is going to take time to work out the kinks for. But once it's worked out and it's seamless, it should increase the number of passengers who have access to this opportunity. In addition, you've got carrier operations where you've got backhaul. So commutes tend to be one way, not two ways. What do you do with all the capacity that needs to go back to its original spot? If it flies empty, that'll increase costs. That needs to be worked out. Infrastructure needs to be built. There's airports in place, but eVTOL sites and vertiports need to be created. And if we have a scale aviation commuting kind of business here, the existing GA airports are going to need a lot of infrastructure as well. There's weather issues, which will create attitudinal problems. You know, commuting by air is going to be less reliable than commuting by car in terms of being able to get there. Although commuting by car is very, very variable. That'll be need to be worked out. There'll be community resistance that needs to be worked out. And then ultimately the infrastructure, the housing infrastructure and the office infrastructure needs to be located near the points of aerial commuting. And that will take time to work out. So even though this is an attractive proposition for people, I think we can expect it's going to take time. So what are the conclusions, you know, from our standpoint? The aerial commuting market is going to develop based on real estate price pressures, remote work, and more efficient aerial transportations. But adapting business models to reduce friction in commuting travel is going to take time. This is not going to be you build the aircraft and all of a sudden all of the demand shows up. It's going to take years. The market will start with both eSTOL and eVTOL services, limited primarily by available infrastructure. And the social changes from this could look similar in some ways to post-World War II suburbanization, where it will make land available for people to have more space and to connect people to where they want to live in a more efficient way with where they want to work. So that's my presentation for today. Thanks for taking the time for listening. And Yuvan, if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for your presentation, Dean. That was really great. We have one question from the audience that's come in about the costs of the empty legs, especially where most traffic is in one direction. So how do you project that cost structure would look?
Yeah, so there's a lot of focus in our industry right now on direct operating cost. And direct operating cost is very important, obviously, because it's the foundation of running an air carrier. But air carriers, to make money, need to do two things. They need to stimulate traffic, and then they need to serve that traffic efficiently. And the two things are related. Stimulation factors are highly related to how much a service costs. And so if you build a network that has only one-way traffic and you can't fill the traffic going back, say if you're flying to Tracy to Palo Alto in the morning, but no one wants to go to Tracy in the morning, you're essentially going to be running with empty seats. And eventually that is going to work its way back into the costs, because the people who are going out in the morning are going to be paying for the empty seats of the aircraft coming back, or if the flight doesn't come back, the time that the aircraft sits on the ground. And you know, we've seen this in Volaris, where the biggest driver of our costs is aircraft utilization and the number of seats, ASMs, average seat miles, that we could get out of an aircraft per day. Volaris right now is running at nearly 1 million ASMs per day per aircraft. And that is one of the best statistics in the world on that. And it just makes an enormous difference to your cost position. If you can't get the cost position and you increase the costs of service, what ends up happening is that cost inversion that is creating all the demand the difference between auto costs and air costs narrows, or maybe it doesn't even exist, and the demand stimulation that you're looking for starts to disappear. And as you have fewer flights and less convenience, then demand begins to evaporate for convenience reasons as well. So solving that backhaul issue is incredibly important, and people are going to need time to solve that, and they're going to need to think creatively about how to manage that over time.
Dean, I think you've answered some bit of this question, but of all the obstacles to overcome, which ones are the biggest, and should government play a role?
Look, I think the two biggest obstacles, in my view, and not necessarily because they're necessarily things that exist today that don't exist, like infrastructure. But the two biggest in my mind are getting really seamless mode shifting working. Because when you commute, you don't have a lot of time. And so you may tolerate waiting 20 minutes for an Uber to get to work or to, for your business meeting if you're flying from San Francisco to LA. But when you're getting to work, 20 minutes waiting is going to kill the service, because people don't want to spend every single day, every single week with that extra 20 minutes on their hands. So working out these mode switching issues and making that highly efficient, I think, is a really important obstacle to overcome. And the second main obstacle, I think, is the carrier operations. How can you build a network for commuting that is going to be highly efficient and highly utilized? After that, I'd say there's a whole bunch of them. The longest term one, and I think one that could have huge impact if you look at sort of the way that mass transportation works, is building housing and building office space near airports. And so what you see with densification is, if you build mass transit, people will densify near that mass transit. Even if there's resistance, eventually it gets overcome. We're going to have similar need for densification near airports so that people can have very convenient commutes.
One last and final one, Dean, from Bill Johnson. What is the tipping point between cost and demand in this case?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I'd say there's several tipping points. If you look at the cost to operate a car, right now it's about 58 cents per auto mile. So if you take average occupancy, it's going to be more like 40 cents. So if you can get the cost of the full multimodal trip, and I'm talking about the cost per mile to operate the car, plus the cost of tolls, plus the cost of parking, versus the cost to get to the airport, the cost to take the flight, and the cost to get from the airport to work, down below 40 cents, you're gonna on a pari passu basis, you're gonna see a lot of demand growth. All other things being equal. If you can get it down below 58 cents, you'll see significant demand growth. But I think it's really below 40 cents that's going to make all the difference. And I think that's very possible with eStall. In terms of eVTOL, that is a different market. That's going to be a convenience-driven market. And so it's not really a cost tipping point as much as a convenience tipping point. And obviously, the lower you push down eVTOL costs, the more demand you're going to generate, but it will always be a premium product. And as such, you really have to get the commute time down below what eStall would be able to offer, or what cars would be able to offer.
Well, Dean, thank you very much. I'm going to let the eStall expert pick this up in your next session with John Langford. I'm going to leave you to introduce him on the next session, which is an interview on the regional commute. Dean, over to you.
Terrific. Thanks very much. Let me just stop sharing here. And John, are you on?
Hi, Dean. It's John. Can you hear me okay? Great.
I can. Terrific. Great to see you, John. How are you
Just
today?
fine, thanks. It's great to see you. I really enjoyed that your presentation there.
Oh, thanks. Well, you're going to be a player in that space.
Yeah. That was our business plan that you just laid out.
Which I'm very excited to talk about. But first, let me do a brief introduction.
Sure.
I'm really pleased to be doing this discussion with John today. John's an incredibly accomplished guy, founder of Aurora Flight Sciences, which I think we all know about, and a very important company in our industry. And now the founder of Electra.Aero, a company that's focused on very short takeoff and landing aircraft. So, John, great to have you with us. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what Electra's doing?
Great. Well, thank you so much. Electra is basically focused on enabling the business model you just described. Our focus is hybrid electric, very short takeoff and landing aircraft to enable regional mobility. And the use case that you talked about, this sort of transformation in commuting, is certainly one of the big things that's driving this. We're essentially taking two concepts that have been around for a while and combining them together. One is powered lift, blown lift, the full integration of the propulsion system and the aerodynamics to give extremely short ground distances for takeoff and landing, achieved through very slow speeds with high controllability. And the second is a hybrid electric propulsion system, which really gives the significant ranges using today's technologies that you talked about that are going to be required for the kinds of things you were describing and for other missions as well. So we're a startup. We started last year. We're making great progress in that, developing both the hybrid electric propulsion system, building out a couple of technology demonstrators to sort of prove all this in the field, building different partnerships and the coalition on this, and all of the excitement that goes into any startup of getting a new organization pulled together.
Very exciting. And in terms of powered lift, why hasn't it been done before for these kinds of aircraft? Because you would have thought, small aircraft, this is a natural idea.
It is, and it's not a new idea, of course. The NACA and NASA and the Air Force, as well as some other countries around the world, looked at this technology a lot in the 60s and 70s. The history of STOL is that people really began to push very high lift coefficients in the 30s, and pretty much every great power had some short takeoff and landing airplane used during World War II that pushed the limits of what I'll call a fixed geometry, sort of leading edge devices, trailing edge devices, that sort of thing. And in the 50s and 60s, people began to look at what it would happen if you used some of the energy coming out of the propulsion system, not just to overcome drag, but to augment the lift capability of the wing. And so NASA had a series of airplanes, most notably something called the Quiet STOL research aircraft. The Japanese had an airplane called Cecutta, and the Air Force built two prototypes of what was called the Advanced Medium STOL Transport, the YC-14 and 15. The problems that all of those designs had, they verified the idea of powered lift, but because they were using discrete turbine engines to blow the wing, they really had a multiple of operating costs, right? The costs pretty much scale by the number of turbines you've got in there. And that, plus the fact that many of the missions they were looking at were long-range missions, where there is some penalty if you're trying to do 25 knots for takeoff and landing and you want to do 400 knots at cruise. That's really, really challenging. But when you bring in the distributed electric propulsion, the multiplicity of small electric motors and the simplicity that they have, and you combine it with the mission you just talked about, which is a mission in the range of 50 to maybe 300 miles. We kind of look at it as a 50 to 500 mile window, where the really long range cruise penalties are not as severe, and the benefits of being able to get in and out of things that aren't aren't normally considered airfields, soccer fields, parking lots, all of that. That's where it turns this interesting concept into what we think is a real technological winner that enables the kinds of things you talked about and more.
Yeah, and that's great, because I think that the key challenge for generating, as we just talked about, for generating more volume for the aviation industry is to make aviation more flexible so it can compete with cars, because cars are an incredible competitor to what
cars are hard to beat. Yeah.
What we're all trying to do. They're very hard to beat. Speaking of which, how much do you think, in a mature technology, this is going to cost to fly around? I mean, what kind of, if you had a 20-seat aircraft built with something like that, and I realize you're not doing that today, but
right.
Are you going to be able to be competitive with cars?
Well, we're certainly going to be able to hit the kind of numbers you were talking about, right? The 40 to 50 cents a seat mile kinds of things. Those are going to be available in the first generation of these. Beyond that, it goes into that trade that you alluded to of how big, how many seats should these things be, and how short is short. One of the things that Electra is really focused on doing is addressing some of those issues you talked about. One is the mode switching, right? How you, because you really need to get from door to door and not just from airport to airport. And the other thing is that you have, it's those backhauls, the empty legs that have economically killed most or make most charter operations very, very challenging. And so part of what we're trying to do is, even though it's a fixed wing airplane that we're developing, it doesn't necessarily use runways. It can use runways, but we're trying to break in the public eye that connection between wings and runways. They are not necessarily synonymous, and that ability to get into soccer field size places, parking lots is important, both because it gets you closer to the point of origin and the point of destination, and because it allows you to connect with air legs, parts of the transportation network that today don't have air service. For example, if you can connect metro stations to add an air component, an air commuting component into that. If you can put it into small towns that may not have an airport, if you can use a lot of those very underserved smaller airports that exist around the country but aren't served today by commercial traffic, we think those really become enablers, sort of unlocks to the kinds of things that you're talking about.
Well, I'm looking forward to not having to drive 2 hours to my daughter's soccer match and just having your aircraft land the team on the field.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a brief
it's really land use. It's really a land use issue, isn't it? Where if there's a flywheel here, where if you could actually get the land to create points of connectivity via air, you can actually build a network that makes sense. And yet to get the land, you need to kind of reduce the cost of the land. So having less land is probably key to making this whole thing work.
Well, and as previous speakers and Mark Moore in particular stressed, getting these things to be low noise is a fundamental enabler on this, right? You're never going to be able to get into these close areas if you can't get the acoustics down to where people are willing to live with them. And I think the good news is, there's a lot of concepts out there, but I think what is really being proven by even the prototypes that have begun to fly today is that the promise of these electric systems with noise is real, okay? That we're really going to be able to have things that are significantly quieter, whether they're vertical or short takeoff and landing. That basic technology of quiet prop design with electric motors behind it, that is going to deliver on the promise, and that will allow us as an industry to get into places where if you just took a normal helicopter, for example, like say you can land a helicopter anywhere once, but because of the noise, they often, there's a lot of places that won't let you back, and the electric is going to deliver on that promise, I'm convinced.
Yeah, you're never invited back if you're a bad house guest. Basically.
Exactly. Spoil the garden party. You're not going to be invited back.
Now, before we take some questions, just two last quick questions for you. One is, what's your first use case? Where do you see your aircraft being deployed first?
So the kinds of things, honestly, we think that the kinds of things that allow you to get in and out of unprepared fields and do it quietly so that nobody knows you're coming or you're leaving has a lot of dual use capabilities. I think that's one of the reasons that our first contracts have actually come from the Air Force. It's one of the reasons that we're getting a lot of traction in that area. So I would say the quiet delivery missions is probably going to be the first use case on this. The other giant application that is a parallel use case to what you talked about, how the commuting patterns change with the flexibility to work from home, is how the delivery models change on the cargo, where people now expect delivery in just a couple of hours. And a lot of the focus has been on the last mile. Cyrus talked about that in his State of the Union talk earlier. And there's a lot of progress being made in that last mile delivery. But there are literally thousands of distribution points throughout the country and now throughout the world that support that infrastructure, that provide the infrastructure for that delivery system. And most of them are not currently on air networks, right? The long haul is all done by air, big freighters and down to caravans and soon sky couriers and stuff. And the last mile may be the drones, but that middle mile is still relatively open and has a lot of characteristics like your commuting market. And we think that's going to be another just enormous market. Sort of setting up the analog of a VPN. It's a private air distribution network for moving cargo and balancing the inventory problem with moving the logistics problem. Because it's not all just about cents per ton mile or whatever. It's about being able to deliver stuff and balancing inventory requirements with speed of delivery.
Absolutely, and I agree. I think that's a massive opportunity. Question from John in the audience: is this going to be piloted, remotely piloted, autonomous?
Yeah, in the early stages, Electra is focused on piloted aircraft. It'll be single pilot operations with, significant pilot coaching, I'll call it, enhancement, flight guidance and trajectory planning. Because one of the things in a STOL airplane is you really need to be very accurate about the landing point in particular. The takeoff is pretty easy, but the landing is nailing the landing is important, and that will be significantly automated in the Electra airplanes. But we're planning on pilots for the foreseeable future. When the autonomy is ready, it's a fly-by-wire airplane, so we think the integration of autonomy will be relatively straightforward into it. But all of our initial use cases are based on single pilot operations.
Great. If anyone has any other questions, we probably have one or 2 minutes left. What's your certification timeline? What are you planning on right now?
Our target is to get this thing with a type certificate by late 2026, so that we can start deliveries in 2027. So, obviously the certification timelines are a big topic of discussion in this community, and you get a lot of opinions about it. That's ours based on our team's analysis of what it really takes to get a product developed, certified, and out the door. We don't think there's any unique certification rules changes and stuff that we have to go through. We do face the sort of challenges that everybody else has of a big battery. Our batteries are much smaller compared to the pure eVTOLs, but we do have batteries on the airplane. And when you consider that the biggest one certified today is it's on the 787, and I think we all know the history of that. I'm personally glad that there's a couple of people ahead of us in line, getting those many hundreds of kilowatt hour batteries certified for aviation use.
Second mover advantage.
Exactly.
Well, John, we're really, I know we're all really excited to see this come out, and thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with everyone today. Fascinating project, and I think it's going to have a great impact on our industry.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to sort of foot stomp the comments of some of the folks earlier that there's a lot of, it's a great community. Cyrus and Ben are doing a fantastic job pulling all this together. A lot of visionaries on the program here today. And it really is an exciting time to be in aviation. So thank you.
Great, John. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Dean and John over there. We just watched Dean Donovan from Diamond Stream and John Langford at Electra. Next, we have a session on $1 billion here, $1 billion there, moderated by Robin Riddell, who leads McKinsey's Future of Air Mobility group, which focuses on UAV, AAM, and UAM, sustainable aviation, as well as supersonic flight. Robin's also a commercial airline pilot himself. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Robin Riddell from McKinsey & Company. Take it away, Robin.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks so much, Dean and John, for the great session leading into this. I'm excited about this next session. We're actually going to have some of the commercial discussions around what will it take from a finance perspective, and where do valuations go, and how big is the market, and anything else that kind of equity analysts and bankers would think about. And so I'm super excited to invite a fantastic panel here. We, on the one hand, have Pavan, he's an equity analyst with Citi. And then we got Ron Epstein, who's an equity analyst with Bank of America. And then lastly, Gregor, who's leads the industrials practice over at Porsche Consulting that also covers our space. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining this discussion.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, great to be here.
Great to be here.
So maybe to get us kicked off, I mean, we heard there's still some uncertainty around the market size, but we hear a whole bunch of numbers. So why don't we start by level setting of how do we think this market size could evolve? How big could it be overall? What do the next couple of years look like? And what's our estimate for like 2030 or so? And then, where's the value really going to sit within the value chain? So let's start with some level setting. I mean, Gregor, why don't you get us kicked off? I know your team has looked into that in a lot of detail.
Yeah, we really did in a lot of details, and we published also those figures. So we see 2030 about the market for about 20 to 30 billion. As we already hear today in the session, that there is a wide range also with a few trillions. And I think it depends a little bit on which perspective you're choosing. So if you choose the perspective of what are the profit pools or what are the pain points in mobility areas that could be solved, then I'm totally agree on the billions. And the trillions. The other aspect is if we have a look on the technology disruption, and we think, okay, it's new, it's digital, it's electric, then I'm also accepting the hype and the very big numbers of many investors see, because then we are in the new tech stuff, which then also representing those big numbers. But if we have a closer look on the overall ecosystem and what is necessary in terms of hardware, in terms of infrastructure and service, and also the timeline, and last but not least, also what mobility problems we really think can be solved with eVTOLs, then this market is much smaller. And like I mentioned, we think about 20 to 30 billion in 2035.
Kumar, do you want to tell us your view?
As Gregor said, there's definitely a wide range of values of the market for eVTOLs and electric aviation as a whole, which we can come back maybe to in a bit more detail a bit later on to the assumptions and why there's such a big range. But we did a report over a year ago valuing each of the different markets where we think electric can be adopted by 2030. Like many disruptive changes, we expect electric to initially appear in the more niche markets. We can already buy and fly an electric pilot trainer aircraft right now. And we also looked at the bizjet market, urban air mobility, and the regional jet market as well, and came and derived a value of around 20 billion or so in OE annual sales by 2030. So I feel a bit reassured that we got to a similar number to Gregor. But this number could be several times higher, depending on, firstly, how quickly urban air mobility can be adopted for new journey types. And secondly, also how quickly battery technology can be developed, which we can go into a bit more detail, but then answering the second part of your question on the value pools. The exciting thing about electric is that it really opens up brand new markets. And also, after decades of quite high barriers to entry in aerospace, you could actually start to see some new players emerge across the supply chain, and also some different business models as well. For example, there are a few moving parts and maintenance on electric motors compared to an engine. So there'll be less aftermarket value in propulsion and potentially more aftermarket value in the battery itself. And then what to buy as an investment analyst? When we did the report over a year ago, we found over 200 electric aircraft projects, and I'm sure that number's gone up by now. Most of them being in the urban air mobility space, and many of which have emerged over the last few years, which is quite a large number for a relatively untested market. So we expect to see consolidation as well as a lot more partnerships develop in various forms, as we've started to see over the next few years, particularly as more of them move from the design and testing phase, which is probably around 10 to 20% of the cost of getting an aircraft to market, to the mass production phase. But yes, there's definitely scope for a few winners to come out on top, targeting different types and different route types and geographies. But if you want the safe option, I would probably say staying program agnostic and going for the companies metaphorically selling shovels rather than those digging for gold. So the suppliers or technology enablers like the electric motor, the battery or software providers, that will come out as winners regardless of which manufacturer comes out on top.
Thank you. Helpful view. Ron, anything you would add to that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, a couple thoughts. What I find most exciting right now about what's going on is just the electrification of aviation and the implications that it has. One of the manifestations is eVTOL, but it could manifest itself in other ways. It allows engineers to do designs that they couldn't do before. The concept of doing a quadcopter or having 8 rotors or 12 rotors or 16 rotors on something that was all mechanically intertwined is just impossible. So it opens up design possibilities that you couldn't do before. When you look at the air mobility issue, is there a problem? One of the fundamental questions I always ask myself when I look at a new market, is there a fundamental problem to be solved? Yeah, there is. I mean, there really is. In the end, what mousetrap ends up being the right one, we'll see. Something, Robin, you and I have talked about in the past, I do believe there's probably going to be a bigger piece of mobility that's tied to many of the regional airports in the country that are currently unused. That's sort of like untapped gold, I think. So we'll see where that pans out. But I don't move and look at this market without an abundance of caution. Aerospace is a very hard place to do things. Certifying aircraft is very, very difficult. There's sort of what happened to Eclipse Aviation. I think everybody needs to bear in mind. Very capable company with a interesting aircraft, but in the end, it didn't pan out. So I look at it cautiously, but I'm excited. I mean, I think it's a fascinating time to be in aviation because of all the innovation that's going on. And there's just the physics too, right? I mean, something we'll bring up later. Battery technology, if you look at some of the best academic work on it, it's maybe improving 5 or 6% a year. That's not all that rapid, right? So if you were to think about what that means, to get much more capable batteries, it's going to take some time, and that also limits the size of aircraft that at least electric propulsion can be applied to. So I would add those comments.
Very, very helpful. And Pavan, you kind of talked about, hey, there's assumption underlying is that really leads us to the broader ranges that we have, and would love to dive a little bit into that. Like, what are some of the bigger assumptions here that are make or break the market case or will delay it more? And maybe Pavan, you'll start with that, and we'll go to Gregor and then Ron.
Yeah, so I think the two big ones, firstly, quite a lot of value is in what we call latent demand. So this is essentially demand for trips to locations that will be within reach much quicker when eVTOLs are actually widespread. For example, you might decide to live further away from work or travel more to a different city to maybe just buy something or go to a restaurant. And this latent demand is extremely hard to value. In the report that we did over a year ago, we valued eVTOLs at about 5 billion by 2030. And that's by looking at long taxi trips, premium airport services, and light helicopters in some of the potential early adopter cities in that timeframe. But that number can be much higher if you start to factor in this latent demand. And then the second reason, which Ron kind of touched on, is this is more relevant for electric aviation more broadly, is the technology. So battery density is a huge enabler for adoption. Currently at around 250 watt-hours per kilogram. If densities double by 2030, which is what current forecasts are, it could potentially power a narrow-body sized aircraft for distances of around 350 miles. Now that's under 5% of narrow-body flights, which is really not worth the investment. But if it doubles again, that gets us to around 700 to 800 miles, which is actually around 60% of narrow-body flights, despite narrow-bodies being able to do up to around 3,000 to 4,000 miles. And the narrow-body market is worth around $100 billion a year. So the multiplier effect from battery technology improving is quite large.
Helpful. Gregor, from your perspective, the big assumptions here that'll really sway the case.
So we identified for us 16 big barriers, but I won't go through all the 16 and bore you. So the biggest thing for me is the social acceptance. And the social acceptance, if you go deeper, you can structure it. On the one hand, what's the benefit of urban air mobility, or also from city to city travel? So the one is on the one hand, but also what is the noise we are bringing to cities or suburban areas? So those are very important aspects. And if we go there in terms of benefit and noise through hardware, infrastructure, and service, then I think the biggest thing for the hardware is the weight of the battery and the acoustics. So if we make it much less noisy, then the acceptance is higher because we can build more infrastructure. And if we have more infrastructure, the first and last mile to the infrastructure is a smaller challenge, and I would use it more often, and the benefit goes up. So this is, I think, the chicken and egg problem that has to be solved. And I mean, we see that it will come from our perspective, because we assuming that for the first phase, we need about 5 to 10 billion until 2025 that it happens. And we see about 5.5 billion as fundings, which are guaranteed. So we say, okay, the brave hardware challenge, the technology challenge is funded. But we see also that this market of 20 to 30 billion in 2035 will occur. We see we need in total about 20 billion, which is about 50 to 60% in hardware, 5 to 10% in service, and 35 to 40% in infrastructure. And all those things have to come together. And as we all know, on the one hand, we heard battery is not that fast and disruptive that some thought, even though I know from the automotive area that there are big investments and big changes going on there. But if we think about infrastructure and also regulation of routes in the airspace, then I think we coming to a slower play than some of the investors and companies and startups think. Like we see an ROE of 10 years plus for the business.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Ron. Any perspective on the question? So good.
Yeah, the one thing I would add that was sort of conspicuously left out was regulatory. The regulatory hurdles for this are going to be huge and not to be overlooked. It's easy to overlook regulatory, but governments can do whatever they want. And when local municipalities are tied in with that, they can do whatever they want. Operating manned vehicles in tight urban areas is going to have all kinds of regulatory impacts, right? Just to remind folks, a helicopter hasn't flown over Manhattan since one crashed on the Pan Am building a long time ago, right? So it's that's a big challenge that it's going to have to be overcome. And is it? Are we going to? And how is it going to be? Is it going to be a uniform national code? Is there going to be some sort of like ICAO for this globally? I don't know how that's going to play out. Let alone how the regulatory impact is going to be when this industry potentially goes autonomous, right? That's a whole other basket of regulatory. So that's probably the thing that worries me the most. I'm not so worried about the technology. I think the batteries or whatever, however it's going to get there, I worry about the regulations.
Okay, thanks for that perspective. So I want to dive a little bit deeper into the investment portion. And Gregor, you laid a little bit out of how you guys look at that, of the breakdown between infrastructure and vehicles and so on. And so maybe we'll start with the infrastructure question. So we hear quite a bit of the need for additional infrastructure. Historically, airports, especially in the US, but in many places out the world, had been publicly funded, and you don't need that many for the current aerospace industry. But in this industry, that could really shift. So maybe we'll start with Ron on this one. I mean, any thoughts of how does the need for infrastructure investment to change the investment calculus and the ability to really fund this industry?
I would imagine at first the infrastructure is going to have to be either fully private or public-private. Either private or fully public-private kind of partnerships, and also if there's existing infrastructure that can be used, I think that's probably going to be a place to go. That's what when I live in the New York area, and if you just think around New York, there's existing helipads in the city. There's regional airports around here. There's Morristown Airport that's not far from here that doesn't get used that much. So using existing infrastructure seems like a way to sort of toe into this, at least at first. But I think it's a heavy ask to expect governments, at least in the U.S., could be different in other parts of the world, to build urban air mobility infrastructure.
Thanks for that. Pavan, maybe as you hit on your answer, could you also touch on the question of what do we think about multiples here from an equity perspective? If you think about aerospace versus infrastructure, and does that matter at all here, given the investments we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, maybe just firstly, to add some numbers behind Ron's answer, we spoke to a few of the infrastructure players, some of the guys actually converting some helipads into air taxi compatible pads, and they were saying typically costs range from around $1 to $5 million US to do that, which is not insignificant, right? If you consider how many of them you have to do as well, and some of the numbers that some of the air taxi guys are targeting on sort of several thousand units a year sort of selling, they're quite aggressive multiples. I guess the demand is there, which is something we've talked about, and that those numbers will come through, but how quickly, that's another question. And as an equity analyst, it's really tricky to let alone forecast something 10 years or 20 years from now, where if you do a DCF of it, essentially makes the value this much. So it's a tricky question on how to value something like that. Do you value it like as an aerospace company or as more of a tech company?
Yeah, the market probably right now would suggest there's more of a tech company aspect to it, but to be seen. Gregor, any thoughts from your side on the question on infrastructure?
I mean, if we talk about infrastructure, I think it's very different if we talk about urban air mobility or city to city. So that's. But if we think about cities, then I'm back to what I mentioned before, that the social acceptance and the noise will be very, very crucial. And at the moment, we just see, from our point of view, the design and regulatory and certification challenge, which is the best concept, and we are in a very early phase. But we see a lot of investors willing to enter to this market and see it as a very attractive business. Because we are creating new crossings, so we have we kind of a small railway station between third dimension and ground transport. And we see also this integration very important, because we don't believe that we can fly to every destination. We will have limits. So the integration to first and last mile is also important for the benefit. And if I think I would be the only one who is allowed to fly, I don't know, to Piccadilly Circus, and I have a permission for that, I would say that's a jackpot. Yeah, even though I think I would have maybe some challenge with my neighbors, but in terms of a business case, it could be a jackpot, because if I'm the only one having a takeoff and landing area there, then I think that's a good position. And I also could integrate other means of transport. I could allow taxis to come there. I could allow others, because I also have to charge there. I could allow also cars to charge there, or scooters. And I'm thinking about making a small parcel pickup, some food and truck stores there. And I think the business case is very attractive. The question is really the acceptance and also the location and the integration to other means of transport from our point of view.
And also, just to add on to that, given the high investment that we've talked about and testing that goes into getting into that certification phase, it may not actually be that the first one to come out with a certified product is the winner in the end. I mean, I caught the end of the previous talk, and John was saying that he talked about second mover advantage, or what I call the second mouse gets the cheese advantage. So yeah, that's another interesting dynamic.
So the other interesting, funding question for me beyond, infrastructure is actually that of the initial fleets, right? What we see now in some of the eVTOL players that have put their case out there, they're looking at a couple hundred units in the first couple of years. And if you look at some of the unit prices, we need another $10-15 billion just in fleet financing for the first 3 years of aircraft. And that is at a time when I think historic, providers of that type of financing, like aircraft lessors or some of the banks, will have a tough time actually valuing these assets and putting some kind of asset-backed, financing behind them, because it's unclear what the residual values are. It's unclear what the market really is going to be for this. So have you looked at this question of how do we finance that initial fleet, and how do we get, an extra 10 billion or 15 billion to get the aircraft out there?
Well, let me start on this one. You're not going to do any asset-backed finance on it. It's just not going to happen, period. And most lessors, unless there's some strategic sovereign reason why they would do it, aren't going to touch these things with a 10-foot pole or a 20-foot pole or a 30-foot pole. They like narrow-body aircraft because they're fungible. They like fungible airplanes. Even if you look at business aircraft and some of the most popular business aircraft, the financing structure that's more tied to the assets held by the group or the owner of the airplane as opposed to the airplane itself. So looking at what you would consider kind of the traditional funding sources for commercial aircraft, that's out of the question. So you're going to have to look for novel funding sources. And I would imagine at first, many of these models are the company that's building the aircraft also wants to be the company that's operating the aircraft. So they want to be the aircraft OEM and they want to be the airline. So if they're going to be the airline and the OEM, they got to sell the airplanes to themselves. So they're funding them themselves. And until you get a proven residual value curve of some form, getting kind of the more traditional financing for these aircraft will be extraordinarily difficult. Because even in normal markets, if you want to go finance an accepted aircraft where there are reasonable curves, that can be, depending on market conditions, very, very difficult. So I think it's a fantastic question. It's an important question, and that's going to be probably, in my view, one of the key choke points in terms of growth if things really do work.
And Gregor, anything you would add to that?
So I agree totally on what Ron said. So I mean, 3 parts. First part, I think we are less bullish in the figures for 2025, because also this is one of the reasons, because we say, okay, you have a new fleet, somebody has to find a new business model, you have to finance it. I think Ron said it. The second thing is also from a hardware perspective, from an OEM perspective. I think the first generations, and like I said, I think at the moment we in a challenge of defining the best concept and get it certified. So I would not produce tons of those products because I want to learn. And we also see some improvements in terms of battery and other technology and so on. So we will see some updates. So I think at the beginning it's really a learning curve also there, and you want to own them. I work for Porsche, and Porsche did decades ago also once developed engines for airplanes, and I remember in the 90s, our CEO wanted to buy back all those engines because the MRO part and guaranteeing the MROs over decades for those products was quite a challenge. And I don't think that that those OEMs won't have the eVTOLs, their first generation, out there, and anybody else is owning them, and they have to guarantee them doing maintenance, repair, and overhaul for 10 years or 20. So I think that will be a different situation. That's why we also believe in the first phase, 2025, 2024, 2026, 27. It's more like sightseeing flights or some showcase flights, but not a real means of transport. And I think this will be also then the make or break session. And I personally believe this will more an updated generation, which is kind of a really reliable workhorse, proven. And then step by step, we see more infrastructure, we see better use cases, but it also could go in the other direction, that it's maybe just a cool electrified helicopter technology, which is fancy, and it will be as small as the helicopter market is today, and much smaller than what we predicted. Is also within the scenarios, but it's also in the scenarios that it's much less noisy, that the market is bigger than this 20 to 30 billion in 2035 from our perspective. But just also giving a perspective, if we see on the overall mobility market, we talk about 7 to 8 trillion a year, and the Volkswagen Group, where Porsche also belongs. So before COVID, we had an annual turnover of more than 230 billion euros, not in dollars. So giving a context, it's an innovative, interesting niche I really like and we like, but I think it will go step by step.
Okay. So maybe one of the questions that comes here from the audience is the question of, what's the cost in the end of the day to actually operate these vehicles, all in, including, some of the asset costs associated with that. Is this going to be, we could talk about a cost as per available seat mile, let's say for a sample 50-mile flight or so. Are we going to get to competitive prices with automotive or with high-speed rail, or is this always going to be a premium segment? What is kind of your analysis so far shown? Pavan, do you want to get us kicked off on this?
Yeah, sure. So most of the developments are targeting around sort of $4 to $6 per mile, and that's per flight, which is pretty much in line with the Uber Lux and 3 to 4 times cheaper than light helicopters, which does sound pretty attractive. And you're potentially more likely to share an air taxi if it's on a popular route such as airport shuttles than a ground taxi. So that gets you down to around $1 to $2 per seat mile on a 5-seater with the pilot. But that's obviously assuming you've got 100% load factor. So yeah, I think you get to a stage where it is quite attractive. I think Ron talked earlier about public perception being a bit of an issue, and so did Gregor. And I think if it gets to a price range which is seen as essentially a luxury toy for the rich, you'll never really gain that public acceptance. And I think getting to these sort of price points make it both competitive, but also allows you to get that public acceptance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to be maybe Debbie Downer, but I'm skeptical about some of those operating numbers when they're in practice. If you have an aircraft like this in the lab under those conditions, and you're not dealing with paying pilots and landing fees and maintenance and everything else that you have to deal with, those peripheral costs all add up. So the savings that you get in just the raw operating cost of turning electric propellers might not be as dramatic as one hopes when it's actually put into practice.
I think there's, I mean, you can argue almost all figures from my point of view. Yeah? I mean, if a eVTOL is in place and you have a good infrastructure, it's a real workhorse. We had it in earlier sessions that it really flies a lot of miles, much more than a car flies. And if you have a load factor of 1 to 2, then the business case and also the cost per mile is dropping very, very fast. And can be very attractive. And I think those scenarios which mentioned can be also realistic. But for me, the big question is, how to solve this chicken and egg problem. Because if we do not come down in costs, if we do not have the right infrastructure at the right places and integrated with mobility, we do not see those prices dropping in hardware. I mean, coming from an automotive perspective, and if we say, okay, you have about the same size of a battery in there, I know that in aviation the prices with regulation and so on is very, very different. So, but comparing it, if you buy $100,000 Tesla or Porsche, then and accepting a few $100,000 of hardware costs for an eVTOL, and even with those prices, you could be competitive per mile. So I think that's possible from a technology point of view. But like I mentioned, the infrastructure very important, and how it's going to start chicken and egg problem. And a very important aspect is also, I think, the who is doing the operation, and then end to end. And there are players like Uber are much more in the driver's seat than the eVTOL players, because it's about dispatching and about discussing about managing seconds. We also had in some other sessions today, are the airliners maybe dealing with that? Maybe if you have a shuttle flight to the plane, yeah, but not in a city, because an airliner today, if they have a delay, it's 10 or 20 minutes. So that's the overall operation of the flight from A to B with an eVTOL. And if you have 5 minutes delay, you won't use it a second time because you would be faster on ground. And I think this dispatching play, if maybe a car is in the traffic jam or is maybe a minute later than the other one, and you want to pool people at the infrastructure into eVTOLs, and by pooling, it's also important for dropping the price per mile. Then those infrastructure players like Uber, or maybe also public players, city players, can be the real winners.
Right. Quick commercial break there, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, it was too long.
Thank you for that. So maybe let's have a quick look, especially from an equity analyst point of view. I would love to hear, what are your thoughts about the incumbents playing in this space? And so, we've seen some like Embraer taking pretty bold moves in this space. We've seen others being more cautious. In times where it's hard for a traditional aerospace player to have good news, and where we've had 2 years now of not so good news in many cases, how important is it to get active in this space for their investors, for valuation, and for the path forward? Or is this truly a sideshow that doesn't really matter to their core business? Maybe Ron, get us started on that, and then Pavan.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue they all should look at it on some level. To a Boeing or an Airbus, I would argue it's probably a bit of a sideshow. I mean, their core business is mobility on a different level, right? It's a whole different thing. But if you're Textron and you serve some of these markets already with your products at Bell, it behooves you to understand this market and be active in this market, because it could substitute some of your products, right? If nothing else, you need to focus on it for that reason. And if there is a market here, you are an existing airplane manufacturer. You know how to certify aircraft. You have, I would argue, probably an edge up on a fair number of competitors, because you've done it, you've been there. So it's you already have a foot in the door. And that would be similar for Embraer, right? I mean, they are in the regional market, which is different, but they've gotten to business aviation and kind of that level of mobility. So it probably behooves them too. So I would argue for the players that are the traditional players that are looking at it, it's an important thing for them to understand and place a bet. And if it plays out, it could be, an important business for them. It's not something that they should ignore, because it could fall into, I hate to use the kind of the old generalization, but the classic, Clayton Christensen low-end disruptor thing, where this comes in and just sort of takes away a chunk of your helicopter market. You don't want that to happen, right? So I think at a minimum, you have to understand it.
Yeah, so I think at this moment, a lot of the investment from the large companies are more on it's rather than R&D, it's in the R&T phase. So it's a very small part of the R&D spent on it right now, but I think certainly that's going to keep growing. I think electric aviation as a whole, not just the air taxi market, is something that really can't be ignored. I mean, emissions is a huge challenge in aviation, right? It's 2%, aviation is about 2% of CO2 emissions now, but all the other industries are kind of clamping down on their emissions. And based on the growth rates of aviation, when things go back to normal, touch wood sooner rather than later, but based on the growth rates, that could get to around 10% by around 2040. And that suddenly becomes quite a big number. And governments are going to start focusing a lot more on emissions. Customers are going to start focusing a lot more on emissions, and essentially something needs to be done in aviation. Electric may not be the solution, certainly may not be the only solution, but is one of the solutions along with other solutions which the big companies have to start focusing on and investing in. They can't afford not to.
Yeah, share that they all have to look at it. As far as I know, all of them are doing that, but also working as a consultant and also part of Porsche and Volkswagen Group, knowing also a lot of traditional companies. I think it's difficult for the CEOs to argue at the moment the risk of the investment, because they're used to have a good return on investment, having good EBIT margin every year, and it's not directly to their core. So the investments are big and the risk is high. So this is a challenge for traditional players. But I think they have a second opportunity, like we had it when the concept competition is done, to enter the market. But I'm not sure if then they are fast enough, but because those traditional usually to set up the structure, to set up the right team, to get the funding, to decide what to do, that's usually complex in those organizations. So this is because from the competence and also from as a parse in terms of electric aviation test field, the regional test field for autonomy and so on. I think it's an important area where they have to go. And I see an additional dimension on a regional point of view in terms of, we didn't talk about the different areas, but for example, I see it's a big chance for the Chinese aviation area, because I mean, they have political and regulatory control of the airspace. They have a lot of know-how and knowledge in battery and technology now from other industries, and I think this could be an interesting starting field for them, because from our point of view, the OEM business case has to be a global one, but the service and infrastructure business case is a regional one. And who is solving that? And therefore, I think the traditional have to be prepared. I think China is prepared.
Thanks for that. And I know we only have a few more minutes left, so I want to ask one last question, which is a bit of a, pick out your crystal ball. And, we have heard lots of people arguing for different timelines on when this industry starts. I want to ask you, when do you think the industry will hit profitability? And in return on the investment that's being done up front? I know we know for the airline industry, at least the new incarnation of it after deregulation in the late 70s, it took us more than 30 years to get to a point where we would even see economic profitability beyond investment. So where do you think this industry is headed? Any guesses or any projections on when we will see returns? Maybe we'll start with you, Gregor, and then go to Pravan and then Ron.
So thanks for the question. So we did not publish that. That's our next report, which we will publish quite soon in the next month, where we look on these economies, and I can show you what's there our projection. So we have three scenarios, and one is where we see an ROE in 10 years, which is our base case, which are the 20 to 30 billions. But you also see the spread of the progressive and conservative case. So those are the scenarios where we see a return on investment. It's maybe a different thing on the investment because the multiples and the evaluations are growing so fast that investors, quite a lot of those investors have already a nice margin. But from an operational point of view, that's our perspective.
Thanks so much for sharing that, and impressive that you're so prepared. I look forward to reading that report when it comes out.
Welcome. Thanks.
Pavan and then Ron.
Yeah, I think that's the $1 million, or looking at the title of this, just a $1 billion question. Yeah, I mean, it's a chicken and egg story. It's hard to say when. Certainly, by the mid 2020s, we should see a lot more players emerge. Certainly, in the OE side, the profitability shouldn't be too much after that. Operations is a different question. Pre-COVID, I think only about maybe 30 or 40 airlines were actually profitable globally anyway, pre-COVID. And that's when things were just growing at such a high pace. So operationally is a different question, which I can't possibly fathom.
So the profitability question is a tricky one. I think that we've established that. Is that profitability per unit? Is that recovering investments that you've made? I mean, how are you framing that? You think about a typical small aircraft program. You'll probably get profitability after 2 years of production at some sort of normalized rate. Right? So these are going to start out slowly. So call profitability for some of the players that are going to start to deliver aircraft maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3 years after that. So at the OE level, for some of the early guys, girls, teams, whatever, how you want to frame it, you're talking maybe some OE profitability in the 26, 27 timeframe, maybe, if they stick to their timelines. Operationally, it's I think like Pavan said, I mean, it's tricky. I mean, transportation economics is a bit of a disaster, right? I mean, railroads don't make money, airlines struggle to make money. Uber drivers barely make money, right? I mean, it's just one of those things. So we'll have to see where that goes. That I don't have the crystal ball for. But the OEs, if they relatively hit their targets and they get some volume out there by kind of the 26 timeframe, maybe within a year or two of that.
Very good. Well, look, I know we're out of time. I would have had so many more questions, but thank you guys for joining this discussion. Fantastic insights. Really, really appreciate you making the time. And back to the organizers.
Thanks so very much to Robin, Pavan, Ron, and Gregor for that excellent session. I know my key takeaway for that was forget the early bird gets the worm. The second UAM mouse gets the cheese. Thanks to Pavan for that. We're now going to have a 15-minute break, kindly sponsored by Aerotech. A quick reminder to join the networking, please leave the live stream and click on the networking lounge on the homepage of the platform where you can meet with colleagues. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thanks again.
Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities. To protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership, a commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership, a commitment to excellence.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of Revolution.Aero Global 2021. If you are just joining us, please note that you can access all of yesterday's sessions through the agenda tab on the homepage of this platform. We're thrilled to have more than 1,000 people joining us globally. And before we proceed, I would like to thank our sponsors, Sol One, Aerotech, Hyundai Motor Group, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, Hexagon MSC Software, Shackelford, Whisk, and White & Case. We're now going to go to a video from Hyundai Motor Group before we proceed with the next session. Now delighted to go to Adrian Lindgren, who is the State and Local Partnerships Lead at Hyundai Urban Air Mobility. She is an urban planner and economic development professional with a focus on integrating advanced transportation technology into the built environment for urban and regional mobility. So I'm going to hand over to Adrian and she can introduce her panelists. Hi, Adrian, over to you.
Hey, thanks so much, Yuvan. Thank you so much to the organizers for having us here today and for taking some time to address this very important topic of infrastructure for the AAM revolution. I'm going to go ahead and bring up our panelists here. We've got Ricky Sandu and Stuart Bloomfield. Ricky is the founder and Stuart is the Chief Development Officer of Urban Airports. I'll also bring up Brian Flynn, who is the Managing Director of Diamond Stream Partners. Hey there, Brian. Thanks for joining. I'll bring up Clint Harper, who is the Urban Air Mobility Fellow at the Urban Movement Labs in the city of Los Angeles. And last but not least, Chris Cecutta, who is the principal and founder of CJSC Consulting. So we're really excited to have you all here. We've got a super interesting group of panelists today. You're going to be hearing from investors, architects, developers, and the planners at that state, federal and local level that are really making this happen and making this come to life. So rather than do a traditional round of introductions, because you can access all of their bios through the app, I thought we would start off with an introductory question to really ask, I always find it interesting how people got into this space. I have my own meandering road that led me into AAM. And so why don't we kick off maybe with you, Ricky, and then we'll go around the horn. Tell me a little bit, how did you end up in the AAM industry? What is your role in it? And where do you find your passion for AAM?
Thanks, Adrian. Hi, guys. So I ended up in this sector through a passion of innovation in the built environment. So I'm deeply concerned about the quality of our built environment and working very hard with our team on providing the appropriate infrastructure to enable a greener and brighter future for everybody.
Apologies. Let's go ahead and kick it over to Stuart.
Thanks very much. My background is all in real estate. I'm a chartered surveyor, 20 years or so. And I joined Ricky at Urban Airport around the turn of the year. But my background has been all the way through in real estate, from logistics through corporate advisory, and then moving into capital markets, where I dealt with all different types of real estate. But of course, the types of real estate that we're talking about now are completely revolutionary. They don't exist anywhere in our cities. I think if I was to say where the passion comes from my involvement in AAM, it's seeing how this new infrastructure is incorporated into our cities and how that's going to change the way that we interact with the cities, how we move around, how we're able to move goods around the cities more efficiently, and of course, cleaner and greener, as Ricky said.
Fantastic, thank you. And Brian, how about you?
Thanks for having me, Adrian. We got started in commercial aviation. So we co-founded Volaris, which is perhaps the most successful low-cost carrier airline in the past generation, and the first airline to return to profitability post-pandemic. We got into private aviation, made some investments there, discovered and really thought deeply about the impact of developments in batteries and artificial intelligence, and concluded that that this sector is ripe for massive disruption over the next 25 years or so. And so we sold off our other companies that we had started and decided to focus solely on this area.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. Really glad you could join us today. And Clint, how about we go to you and then we'll go over to Chris.
Sure. So I've been working within aviation for about 22 years now. And aviation really saved my life. I didn't do myself any favors in my younger years, and I essentially set myself up to be a construction laborer. I had an aha moment, back in my 20s that I needed to change something, but I dug myself into a hole. I struggled with self-confidence, discipline, and, didn't give myself any real skills that could translate into a better life for myself. So I started visiting recruiters and ended up enlisting, within the Air Force. I was a flight line avionics technician. I was assigned to Hurley Field, Florida, and worked on the AC-130 Spectre gunships, where I maintained over 60 communications, navigations, and sensor systems. And it really gave me, the confidence that I needed, for a new lease on life, essentially. I later cross-trained over into the airfield operations career field, where I managed airport, heliport, landing zone, and even UAV operations. And I did this not from a pilot's perspective, but from an infrastructure perspective. It was really fascinating, and I loved it. And through this, through this path, that I've been on, I received aircraft dispatcher training, which gave me some of the pilot perspective, airfield design, planning, and finance experience, on all different types of aviation infrastructure. Despite all this experience, I never finished up a degree while in the military, and I knew that I needed to get one in order to get my foot in the door to have any kind of job on the outside as I retired back in 2014. I've always had a love for cities and was fascinated in my military travels by what made one city more enjoyable to experience than another, and so it made sense to get into the urban planning program at the University of Utah. Through this academic journey, I learned of all the things that planners have to grapple with. These are things like homelessness, food insecurity, transportation inequities, things that we call wicked problems. And I really didn't see how aviation was doing anything to be a part of the solution. In fact, I started wondering if it was part of the problem, and I became disenchanted with the industry, which was heartbreaking, because it really did give me that new lease on life. And so I wanted to, I started thinking about leaving aviation to find a way to help communities, but thankfully I had a few professors that urged me to bring my ideas to the industry and merge my passions. So I started studying aviation-centric urban design concepts such as the aerotropolis, airport urbanisms, and others, and started figuring out how to use all my experience and new knowledge to unlock potential at airports, especially at smaller, underutilized airports. All this started happening serendipitously back in 2016 as advanced air mobility and electric aviation started gaining momentum. And so I see advanced air mobility as an opportunity to leverage all my experience and knowledge to make aviation just a better industry. And this is my passion. I want to figure out how to position aviation, as an answer to the questions that I struggled with earlier. And that's what brought me here today.
It's fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us, Kolin. And Chris, last but absolutely not least, please tell us a little bit about how you got here.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian, for the opportunity, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here. I was trained as an aeronautical engineer, did my bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering and my master's degree. Somewhere along the line, I got interested in aircraft design for fuel efficiency, but I'll credit people outside of the aeronautical aviation and engineering sector, particularly urban planners, for introducing me to the fact that all technical objects, such as aircraft, are always embedded in social and societal systems. And so I started getting very interested in the intersections between the technology and the environment and communities of all sorts. The word community means many different things intentionally. I spent about 6 years at the Federal Aviation Administration's headquarters on a number of matters of environmental policy, domestic and international, at the International Civil Aviation Organization. Then spent 5 years airport consulting, and I now have my own firm focusing specifically on the intersections between aviation and the environment and public outreach and community engagement. And for me, AAM essentially represents the opportunity to take a critical look at the way in which stakeholders engage with each other, particularly with state and local communities, and put together new roles and responsibilities and new ways of working together that, in my mind, can be the future of aviation and something very different from the last 100, 120 years of aviation in terms of how communities and industry partners relate. That's why I'm here.
Thanks, Chris. And thank you all. Have really, really interesting backgrounds here. And that's why I wanted to make sure we shared a bit of it with the audience. Maybe we can start off, and we're going to turn back to sort of the differences between traditional aviation and AAM. But maybe we can start off with defining infrastructure. I think infrastructure can be a very broad term. So I'll open it up to you guys. How do you define AAM infrastructure? What goes into that?
Well, the easy answer, for me at least, is that there are three different types. The first is the physical infrastructure in terms of where you're landing the aircraft and people are coming up to it and leaving from it. The second is electrical infrastructure. It's something that some people are thinking about, but not nearly as many as I think need to, because there really is a big gulf between what's needed versus what exists today. And then the third type of infrastructure is up in the sky, making sure that the sky remains, as it gets more and more crowded, that the collisions don't follow.
That's great. And I think each of those areas have unique challenges and opportunities, and also require, in many instances, many diverse stakeholders to work together to make that happen. Talk to me a little bit about where do you see within that value chain of infrastructure, where do we need the most coordination across diverse stakeholders, and why would you say that?
I can jump in on this one. Just in my background, we learned that, cities are very much like living organisms, and as such, infrastructure needs to be thoughtful, planned, and designed to be integrated within, to contribute to this organism. I can't just take a tack, insert it into my arm and say, this is now a part of me. My body's going to reject it. It's going to fight against it. It may even become infected as it tries to get rid itself of it. And I think infrastructure within cities, if it's not planned thoughtfully, it can have the same kind of effect. And so as we're looking at AAM within the city of Los Angeles, we want to know how AAM is going to integrate with the existing systems. And I'm glad you touched on the physical, the electric, and then also the aviation centric infrastructure, Brian. Because I think that starts to touch on that key word I think in there, that question, Adrian, is broad. So we want to try and figure out how is this going to integrate. How is if we know the role of mass transit is to move mass amounts of people, how is AAM going to contribute to that? What is the role, within the larger transportation system, where we can create more livable cities, just more enjoyable day-to-day experiences for folks. And I think, as we start circulating these questions throughout the industry, that we're going to start getting some diverse answers. The diverse stakeholder outreach is critical for this. We can't just be talking within the echo chamber of, how AAM is going to change, aviation to be better. We got to start getting some ideas and some input from other stakeholders, non-aviation stakeholders, to inform how this is going to work.
Yeah, and I would build on what Brian and Clint have said by saying that the social infrastructure is real. It's not perhaps tangible in the same way that the physical and aspects of the built environment are, but the social context is a real context. There are real people, as Clint is talking about. They have real and diverse views, real diverse needs, and there is a certain type of social capital that has to be tapped and built on in order to make this a reality. And there are plenty of examples, not just in aviation, but across all sectors of transportation and beyond, where things just don't go well when social capital and social infrastructure is not respected. The Federal Highway Administration learned that the hard way over the past couple of decades in terms of highway building, and this idea of urban renewal, and raising questions of what does that word even mean? Renewal for what? Renewal for whom? These questions, I think, are central to transportation. They're not unique to aviation. And aviation, including AAM, is in no way exempt from some of these central social questions that have to be answered.
That's great. Let's pull on that thread a bit. I'm interested, and I know, Ricky, you and Stuart have been working on this physical infrastructure as well. But I think one of the things that I learned being in the public sector was that within transportation technology, in many ways, winning the hearts of non-users is as important as winning the hearts of the users, right? And we have to sort of think dynamically about how do we serve all different types of folks, whether or not they're going to actually be using our service. Do you see opportunities for AAM infrastructure to serve cities beyond that sort of pure use case of AAM applications?
Yeah, I think building infrastructure is hard, and building airports is really hard. It's the hardest thing to build, actually, and then trying to integrate airports into cities, really small airports, and many of them into deep urban centers where all the people are, where all the people who don't normally fly, who've never flown a helicopter, live, and where our future customers are going to live. and where they're going to fly from and to. So I think it's a really hard challenge, and I think one of the biggest challenges is exactly that public perception, that social acceptance of an entirely new form of transportation that is supposed to connect with existing modes of transportation to enhance our lives, to make our lives better, and to clean our air. I think that the two challenges are, one, I kind of foresee, and kind of living through this right now with our Coventry Blueprint program, is, you know, we really need the existing mobility operators of ground transportation, rail, to catch up quickly, because it's their infrastructure that this infrastructure is going to be able to support really well. And I think for the whole ecosystem to work, which is a sustainable zero emission mobility ecosystem, all of those existing bits of infrastructure need to work harder and need to work in tandem. And I think with them working harder and working in tandem, it's going to make the public perception piece a lot easier, because people are used to walking, people are used to cycling, people are used to getting taxis, people are even used to Uber, and people are used to getting trains and buses. And so if we can complement and supplement those forms of existing systems, it's going to make life a lot easier, and it's going to make this entire sector take off a lot quicker. And then I think, you know, part of our program in Coventry, a huge part of our program then, which will be the world's first operational urban airport, partnered with Hyundai and Coventry Council. A big part of that is going to allow people to come in and kick the tires off these vehicles, of these future cargo vehicles, these future air taxis, but also have a coffee, but also to have a croissant, and also to kind of do some of the things that they're used to doing at airports and at railway stations, and even whilst they're kind of waiting for a bus. And so I think, you know, working on those softer side of things is going to be equally as important as, you know, providing power, you know, ensuring that you've got the capacity, ensuring you've got the safety and certification. It's one of those kind of underlooked topics, and I think, you know, in this sector we've all talked about the importance of it, but now it's time to really show people how it's going to work, and how it's going to be really cool, it's going to be really awesome, it's going to be a bit different, it's also going to be quite familiar.
So thanks.
I don't know. It's and the reason I say I don't know is because what Dean Donovan, one of the prior panels, had, or I guess it was a speech, he mentioned that initially AAM is really going to be for the wealthy, or for people who can really afford it, because it's going to be, from a modal standpoint, much more expensive than driving a car or alternative forms of transportation. And so, you know, as I kind of think about it, I think that there very well could be some resentment or some issues in terms of haves and have-nots, where the haves are flying around in these, you know, in these great vehicles, saving time, spending a lot of money doing it, but saving time. And so I think that in terms of, you know, getting people to accept it on a community basis, it's great having the croissant hours and all that for people to come see what they can't afford. But I think that, you know, you're going to need to have some uses or some use cases that provide some value to society as a whole. And so some of those use cases are medical, you know, it could be transporting organs, it could be, you know, fire, you know, reconnaissance of, you know, situations that are, you know, that where there are, you know, riots unfortunately going on, or fire situations where, you know, a fire is encroaching on a city like LA or something. And those are use cases that I think will help get the general population, but they'll see some benefit out of it that they can appreciate, as opposed to simply being annoyed by someone who's swooping in on something they can't afford.
Yeah, and I think it's really critical, just building on what Brian is saying, to expand what we mean when we use the word benefit. And I'm particularly thinking of people, for example, living in a near airport environment, perhaps even under a flight path, that have never been on an airplane in their lives, but may work for the airport or may derive economic benefits from the airport in one way or another. And one of the classical challenges of environmental problems is that the benefits and the costs are not distributed necessarily to the same people, and the diffuseness or concentrated nature of benefits and costs also varies. So in a situation where, for example, UAM is perhaps only for the wealthy, the benefits may accrue to a few, but the cost could be widely distributed. And that's really, to me, at the heart of what we're talking about and trying to grapple with. So how do we expand the benefits pool and the public use cases of the vehicle themselves, I think is a perfect example, one example. But the other example for me, something that we must ask at the core from the perspective of local planning is, in what ways do we accrue economic benefits to people who are within the vicinities of these vertiports and also to those who are overflown? And I think that's a really core question. It doesn't have a simple answer. The inherent nature of the fact that every place is local and different means that the answer will inherently vary from site to site. But that doesn't mean it's not important to grapple with. In fact, it's critical, really, in my mind, to the success of this sector.
So those are some really great observations from this group. I really appreciate it. My next question was going to be sort of directed towards the differences between traditional aviation and planning for AAM. How can we do infrastructure for AAM differently? And I think we're sort of starting to pull at that, but I got a question that from the audience that I think maybe helps speak to this particular topic. When it comes to air traffic control, maybe this is a place, Chris, where you can chime in. How do you guys see the evolution of this system working in with traditional AAM, or what do we need to do differently this time around to accommodate for what is really a scale and a type of infrastructure that is a bit new in some respects, but also is going to borrow on some existing systems?
Just kind of.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clint first.
I was just going to say, I think, so I came to this Urban Air Mobility Fellowship from the working in state aeronautics in the state of Utah. And one of the things that I was doing there was as a project manager for the State Airport System Plan and Economic Impact Study, which are products that every state DOT does for their aviation system. The problem I saw within that, is that they're largely just data dumps. That they become products that are used by the FAA, particularly for their forecasting chapters, but then they sit on the shelves, for the rest of their usable lives. And my goal is to get these products out to a wide range of users so that they can start leveraging aviation within their communities. And so I started targeting economic development professionals on, how can we start telling the story around the airport. And in doing the economic impact study, we start digging into all the jobs that are tied to the airport. And it's something that was really eye-opening to me, because you learn that, for every job, every maintainer job on the airport, it creates 2 to 3 other jobs out in the community, and you start really getting this picture for, how closely tied in, jobs off the airport that have nothing to do with aviation, are linked, back to the airport. And it's something that's a story that doesn't really get told or really get drawn out much, within these studies. They just, like I said, they just become these quantitative data dumps, and so, a part of my objective there is to get more into this storytelling aspect of it. I think that's one way that we can start out with, because where I became disenchanted with aviation because I thought it was more the problem is because it is hard to find the story of the airport, of how the airport is contributing to a community, and if we can get off on the right foot with AAM infrastructure and start, really understanding, how AAM is, as Chris mentioned, is benefiting those who don't use, the technology. I think we can get there's a lot we can do on the community engagement side, on gaining public acceptance, and just really trying to think of how thoughtfully we can integrate this technology within other systems, that it's going to be impacting.
And Adrian, if I could, I'd like to just really quickly go a little bit on the policy wonk side, because what I heard in your question is what is the nature of upgrading air traffic control to accommodate these new types of operations? And I can only speak to the US context because I did spend some time at FAA's headquarters, and I helped to revise and refine a number of the policy documents that actually set out the procedures for establishing flight paths in the United States. And one of the things that I observed that actually concerned me quite a bit about 3 documents. The first is the FAA's draft ConOps for UAM, which was last summer. The next is NASA's ConOps with Deloitte, also for UAM, which was in January. And the third is the FAA's UTM ConOps. Is every single one of those 3 documents had a one-way arrow to the public regarding dynamic air traffic control. And that says to me that the public actually is not a real stakeholder as considered by these parties who produce these documents. If you have a one-way arrow to a stakeholder, it's not a real stakeholder. It's just somebody or something that receives information. If we're talking about the evolution of air traffic control to the type of dynamic environment that these ConOps are proposing for UAS, for UAM, AAM, we're really going to miss everything that we're talking about right now in this session if we don't have a two-way link to the public to integrate local community voices into dynamic air traffic and airspace management. The fact of the matter is, for new RNAV procedures in the United States, there is a process. That process takes 12 to 18 months to implement one package of flight procedures for 1 or 2 procedures. For larger packages of flight procedures like the FAA's Metroplex program, it could be 2 to 4 years to implement. Now, we cannot obviously go through a 12 to 18 month or a 2 to 4 year process for every UAM operating area that we want to build in order to accommodate the scaling of this aircraft. So it is critical to go toward dynamic airspace management, to integrate these vehicles into airspace where you have large commercial aircraft, everything from a 4-engine A380 all the way down to a smaller than 55-pound UAS. It will require dynamic airspace management. And the time to integrate community voices into that airspace management is now. It's not yesterday. It's not 5 years from now. We have draft ConOps documents right now that I think really missed the boat on the things that you're talking about and the things that we're discussing right here in this panel today.
No, I appreciate that perspective, Chris. Thank you very much. And I always like to dive into the policy because I think sometimes we overlook the details, the devil's in the details, right? I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. And I think maybe Stuart and Brian, this is a little bit more directed at you, but you know, this is a very vehicle-centric industry in many ways, right? And my question is, how do we incentivize investment in other critical parts of the value chain, those off-vehicle systems? And is there a way that we need to make that narrative more compelling to investors to make progress there?
I think it's actually interesting. It relates as well to your previous question and what we've discussed in terms of the benefit that it brings and how measurable is that benefit? Because some of those benefits might not be quite so easy to measure and might be even more difficult to sell. So putting in the addition of UAM into an area of a city or into an area of a country will have benefits for the local population that they might not automatically realize. That might, for instance, make a development in an area more viable. It might keep an existing building or an existing shopping mall or an existing whatever it may be viable and open when it, in other cases, if that wasn't added, it might not be the case. It might have to close down, in the worst case scenario. It also, in terms of infrastructure, will have a benefit in terms of taking things away. You'll have fewer delivery vehicles on the roads, for instance. And that isn't something that people notice because you don't tend to notice a difference like that. It's just if the roads are less congested, you have to be kind of really paying attention to notice that. But that's a massive benefit to people if we were able to take, a percentage of delivery vehicles out of the supply chain and take that into a UAM solution. So I think all of those benefits have got real benefits for the real estate owners. And one very easy benefit for people to understand, especially real estate owners, is the fact that it can add value. And if the value of your property is going up as a result of the addition of something, which might not necessarily be a massive capex outlay in terms of the actual physical infrastructure itself, that's a massive benefit. That's something that any real estate holder, whether it's a private holder or whether it's a state or a city that is adding that, will come to see the benefit of it, because that pays for itself. It stands to reason that that's something that they will be able to measure, calculate, and then implement.
So it's picking up on that, it's an incredibly important question, and it's one of the reasons why I became one of the founding members of the Electric Aviation Working Group for the state of Washington, along with MagniX and Aerotech and Boeing and utilities and SeaTac Airport and others, to try to address this particular conundrum. And so the answer really revolves around two different types of locations, or physical infrastructures at least. One is the existing airports, and we all know that there are about 19,000 airports in the U.S. 156 account for 95% of all commercial aviation traffic. But the infrastructure, most of the infrastructure is in place in terms of where to land those other vehicles already, which is great. The problem is that the electricity to recharge those vehicles isn't there, nor is there hydrogen at those locations either. And so, that's a particular set of problems that exist that are challenging problems, because if you get the timing off on it, the returns to investors will be negative. And so, the whole issue they were discussing at the last panel of who gets the cheese, the first mover or the second mouse, is an important one. With regard to the second category of locations, those are the brand new locations that don't currently exist. That's an even trickier problem in terms of locating the various places. And there will be a need to find tens of thousands of those locations around just the United States, and then solving all the safety problems, the highway transportation problems to and from, the impact on the local community, and all those things. And those are some massive problems. And Chris was pointing out that when you're dealing with trying to figure out just the airspace, it's a multi-month, multi-year process to try to solve those problems that have to be coordinated with the physical locations. And it's a big challenge, which is, I think, why some of the states, and Washington State, I would like to think, is one of the leaders in that area, is trying hard to figure out what to do or how to solve this problem. It's not a trivial problem, and it's by no means solved.
I appreciate that perspective from both of you guys. Thank you very much. So I know we only have about 5 minutes left here, and I wanted to go ahead and take a couple of questions that came up from the audience that were a bit targeted, if you guys don't mind. The first is, what type of communications infrastructure is required in this market? And can it simply piggyback on existing communications networks and systems, or will there need to be some specific bandwidth to ensure safe operations?
I'll jump in here just real quick. So specific communications infrastructure, I think, there's probably more questions than answers at this point, but, I want to take this opportunity to also point out that, aviation isn't the latest to join the party where transportation modes are switching to going electric. And we touched on the electric infrastructure needs that are of the future. And one of the things that I've tried to communicate in my discussions is that, future vertiports, will also be future mobility hubs. And that's something that I think that largely the industry is starting to embrace. But as, we're looking at electric autonomous operations, across all modes, it also means that future mobility hubs will also be future communications hubs. There'll be future data hubs, and those will have unique demands, that we need to start looking at now of, do we have, the right supply to meet that demand, within cities. And so, yeah, I'll stop there.
No, that's fantastic. I'll give one other. that I always find an interesting kind of question. You're all, I think, doing this in different ways, but how do we make this industry digestible for the public and for sort of the average person? Do you feel that there are gaps in the way that we're communicating right now, or things that we are doing or should be doing to make this feel more digestible and have it come to life better?
So our view, Adrian, is we need to demystify this sector. People have heard a lot about it. People have read a lot about it. People are reading more about it. And, I think, there are various kind of impressions that people have already, positive or negative. And to Brian's point about cash rich and time poor, is that going to be the only market? Then it won't be a sustainable sector. So I think it's a really important question. And I think to make it digestible, to make it understandable, I think we have to demystify it. And that's kind of part of our goal in Coventry, to demystify it and to really try and demonstrate how some of those seemingly insurmountable challenges that Brian's kind of identified, and he's absolutely right, it's super, super hard, how we can tackle them and break them down, and step by step, putting the building blocks to bring this sector to life.
I think in demystifying it also, I think there's a need to start focusing on, getting away from some of the futuristic, visions where, autonomous operations is already here, vertiports everywhere is already here, and look at, what does the near term vision look like? And, that kind of helps us, look at, we're trying to work towards autonomous electric aviation, which is going to make aviation safer. It's going to make it cleaner. It should make it more accessible. And those are all, positive wins, for the aviation industry as a whole. And it allows us to focus on those as we're looking at our outreach.
Yeah, and I would add that we want to take a critical eye at all the communications that we're making as an industry. It's easier to draw an object than it is to draw a more tangible, untangible thing. So we see lots of imagery of vertiports and aircraft, and there's a certain flying over the unwashed masses type of feel that for me is not what we want as an industry. But again, I acknowledge the challenge of drawing things like social good without drawing a physical object. So we really want to take a critical eye toward our communications as a sector, because the general populace sees these types of communications first. And it perhaps emphasizes the opposite message from the one that we're talking about in this panel today.
Well, thank you guys all very, very much. I think we are just about at time here, but I want to say a very warm thank you to both the audience, the organizers, and all of you guys for making some space to address this very important topic today. Looking forward to many dynamic partnerships in the future as we continue to chip away at this particular challenge and opportunity. So thanks so much, and looking forward to our next opportunity to address this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thanks so much to Adrian and the panelists for that great session on landing the revolution and its implications. Next up, we have a session on autonomy with a company which is designing its aircraft fully autonomous from the word go. A warm welcome to Jim Tai, Chief Technology Officer at Wisk. Jim is an award-winning engineer who has served as CTO at Kitty Hawk prior to joining Wisk. He was Chief Aerodynamicist on the Spaceship One project, as well as Firebird. He also worked in Boeing's commercial airplane group, working with the stability and control group for the 777-200 and 300ER programs. We're really delighted to have Jim Tai, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Wisk. Hi, Jim.
Hi.
Ah, what a great view.
Oh, yeah,
How are
thanks.
you today?
I'm great. First, maybe an apology, because I'm at an airport, so there might be airplane noises in the background, but we'll give it a shot.
I'm sure that's not a problem. That's amazing, Jim. So, Jim, let's kick off by, why don't you introduce the aircraft sitting behind you and how how you came about to work with Wisk?
Yeah, no, great. So thanks for having me here. Really exciting to be part of Revolution.Aero. The aircraft behind me is Cora. So as you saw in the video, it's an eVTOL aircraft, so all electric, vertical takeoff, vertical landing. It's an autonomous aircraft, so it flies without a pilot on board. And and to date, we've done 1,500 flights in the family of Cora vehicles. And Cora is our 5th generation product, and we're working on a 6th generation product right now.
That's amazing. That's really great. And so, Jim, you have experience across various different aviation companies. What is different about Wisk's market strategy? How does it look at the market differently?
Yeah, no, that's great. So we are an OEM, so we are building a vehicle, but we're also working on building a system. And it's a system that intends to offer an autonomous product, a transportation service from one location to another. We are working with partners to help develop some of those functions on the ground, but that's our vision. And we're a little bit different than most of the entrants in this market in that we're really focused on autonomous services. So we intend to go to market with an autonomous product, with the understanding that might take a little longer, but but from our perspective, the benefits outweigh the cost.
And so, just to break it down for people, I mean, when we say autonomy and sort of your the way that you're implementing it into the aircraft, give us a bit of a description on how that will work and what exactly is automated. I mean, these might be fairly obvious questions to those that know, but is there a pilot in the loop, on the ground, or give us a little overview on that?
Yeah, so our vision is to implement a ConOps that we've worked together with our partners at Boeing and the FAA and NASA, and it's still, of course, an ongoing conversation. But the concept of operations really is to have is a suite of technologies that enable operations without an onboard pilot. So in our case, the vehicles would operate with only passengers on board. There would be an operation station, like a fleet operations center, with a multi-vehicle supervisor. So that individual's role would be to oversee a small number of aircraft and to ensure that they were operating properly. And for some narrow cases of contingencies, that operator could intervene and, say, redirect the aircraft to an emergency landing site. But the operator, it's not a remotely piloted aircraft vehicle, so the operator doesn't have like a traditional stick and rudder pedals. The function is similar in concept more to an ATC role. But in our case, we would have this multi-vehicle supervisor who would be in a fleet operations center, overseeing a small network of vehicles. The likely construct would also involve something called a PSU, or provider of services for unmanned aircraft systems, which would act as a airspace aggregator and a holder of a common operating picture of all the air traffic in the area and be the interface to a more traditional ATC or ANSP. So the aircraft flying itself, there are still humans involved, but more in a supervisory role on the ground. And and that supervisor can, in corner cases, execute commands for the vehicle to fly if the automated systems aren't able to handle that particular contingency. But the goal is really to automate things as much as possible, both to help the robustness of the system and also to, more efficiently process decisions.
So, Jim, in the previous session, we had some great comments made about public acceptance and how that's going to be, how the UAM infrastructure and then the entire sort of ecosystem is going to be integrated into cities. But I'm sure you can speak to the fact that most of the a lot of things are come down to human error, and so autonomy in that sense is the favorable option. So how do you think that would translate across from the technical side onto that sort of public acceptance? And have you what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think we as an industry really have to work hard to earn the trust of the public and to work with the communities and to hear feedback. And and we've actually, I think, done a really good job, both here in the United States and New Zealand, and engaging the public and trying to explain our operations and the rigor that we go through to make sure that these vehicles are safe. And we also, are fully committed to working with our regulatory partners to make sure that that the vehicles are developed to accepted aviation standards and are tested rigorously, and will only enter into service when we are able to certify those vehicles and prove to ourselves and the regulators and the communities that these vehicles are safe. So it's definitely a challenge, but it's a solvable one. I mean, I think it's often pointed out that elevators once required elevator operators, and now we're all very comfortable getting in an elevator and trusting that the elevator will do the right thing. And of course, the automotive industry is going through the same set of challenges. But as time goes on, I'm personally absolutely convinced that we will all get very comfortable with autonomous technologies and feel very safe. And in aviation, it's a particularly interesting case in that, as everybody in the industry knows, and I'm sure everybody at the conference knows, is aviation's already are highly automated, and we're in the fortunate position to be able to incorporate some of those proven systems and augment them with some more systems to really help make this possible. So it's a great time to be involved in electric autonomous aircraft.
Do you think that the advancement of the autonomy in the automotive sector will sort of help this agenda for aviation, or do you think that aviation autonomy can sort of progress without really having that?
It's a really great question. I think I think they're mutually beneficial industries, but obviously there are some very key differences. I think within the automotive industry, there are still not really developed standards, to develop and certify automotive autonomy, and it's really up to the industry to figure those things out. And every company has a slightly different approach. But on the aviation side, on the other hand, there are accepted approaches developed, like things like safety critical software, to do system safety analysis, to develop navigation systems and data link systems. And although some of those standards are still developing, there are standards at least in development. And so I think aviation has a long history of automation to lean upon. That's super helpful. In the other thing that's interesting with respect to autonomy is the use of machine learning or artificial intelligence. And in the automotive world, that's definitely a larger lever, and I think it's because the problem that they're solving is quite complex, right? They're dealing with a large amount of data and novel and unique situations that lend itself well to neural networks. We are definitely looking at neural networks for targeted applications, but broadly speaking, you can do our mission without machine learning, and that lends itself well to certification. So, in a way, aviation is a simpler problem. Obviously, safety criticality is different because you can't pull over the side of the road in an airplane. But automotive is definitely a more complex problem with a different safety case. So very different regulatory approaches. So on the technical side, they're quite different. But I think on the social acceptance side, there's definitely similarities. I think as time goes on, I think people are going to appreciate that autonomy in cars saves lives, and I think that'll be a natural lead into autonomous airplanes.
And I think you've answered a bit of this, but you're definitely convinced that it's critical for the long-term success of UAM. I mean, a few years down the line, would we still be interested in pilots in the aircraft? Or?
Yeah, I think UAM is a good use case for autonomy. And the reason being is that we're talking about relatively dense operations, like sequencing in and out of a vertiport, I think is a good example. Maintaining separation with just your eyeballs is a very difficult thing to do. And leveraging autonomy to help make that happen is is a really great use of autonomous technologies.
Jim, we have a question from the audience about what sort of customer interface you're looking at. So how, if I'm, talk to us a little bit about, you obviously have some experience with New Zealand, and give us an overview on those projects.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're still looking at various partnerships for the customer interface and trying to decide which partner that we will leverage. But there will likely be a demand aggregator, and that will handle your multimodal aspects, and it'll be really from a customer-facing perspective. You'll ask to get from point A to point B, and part of your journey would be on one of our vehicles. And the value proposition, of course, is time. Being able to fly around traffic, but that's still an ongoing development for us.
And let's talk about some of the technical gaps when it comes to the entire technology. I mean, if you could touch upon mission planning and sort of hazard detection, navigation, that sort of thing.
No, absolutely. So without a pilot on board, we still have to do the normal pilot things, aviate, navigate, communicate, like they tell you, in ground school 101. And some of those are challenging without a pilot on board. So let's, if you take the case of navigate, GPS has a limited accuracy. Of course, you can augment that with things like WAS and RTK. That'll improve your accuracy, but you don't have a pilot on board to look out the window and double check those systems. So for us, estimating your own position is safety critical, and we have to be able to do it in a variety of circumstances. Like, say, if you're flying next to a building, you may not have the same field of view of the GPS satellites, or if there's a bad actor and there's possible jamming, you still have to be able to precisely locate where you are and navigate to a safe landing site. And I won't talk about specific technologies, but of course we need to look at different modes and modalities of sensors to be able to do that, and fuse those sensors together into a common point of view in a robust way that tell you where you are. So it's very, but the great news is that this is already done. And a lot of both, civilian and military applications where there's lots of different sensor modalities that we and our partners are developing, and that have been demonstrated on our products and Boeing products and other competing products that really can solve that particular problem. But that's an example of a technology gap that doesn't exist today in terms of a commercial certified system that can perform that navigation function in all these challenging environments and land precisely on a landing pad. But there's a suite of technologies that we can pull together to make that happen.
Jim, there's a comment from someone in the audience that first-person viewpoint is still important for emergency handling. I think you mentioned this a little bit, but he says autonomy is subject to human error during development, especially where dependent upon models and assumptions of, say, a bird strike or GPS signal loss between buildings. Anything to add to that or reply?
Well, absolutely. So errors in development, there's two different types of development errors maybe that are worth talking about. One is a design error, and so more or less coming up with the right requirements, making sure that, and it's a fantastic question that you've thought through all the contingencies, that you've thought through things like bird strike or loss of GPS. And fortunately for us, we do have some established safety development practices that help assure that you don't have design errors. And so like ARP 4754 and 4761 have a very methodical approach to thinking through all of the functions that the vehicle has to do and all the challenging circumstances that it has to do those in. Those processes also ask you to consider external factors, things like volcanic ash or bird strikes, and making sure that you've addressed those. And so by using those accepted development practices, you have good assurance that you've thought through all the design requirements. And then on the implementation side of things, really there's also, of course, the 0178, which is all about ensuring that the design that you've identified is properly implemented, and that all your testing goes back to verifying to show that the system meets those criteria. But all that being said, there are, of course, unique and novel situations that might fall through the cracks that you may not have thought about. And that's one of the reasons why to still have humans in the loop and on the ground to evaluate that. In addition, there's definitely a lot you can learn about testing. One of the reasons why we test our vehicles so much is to explore things and learn things that our imaginations haven't thought of. But it's still an ongoing process. And we expect to do many more thousands of tests on this vehicle and the next vehicle to come. And obviously, simulation is another big part of this. So there's only a limit of how many, permutations of wins and failures and conditions that you can test in reality. And so we'll definitely ground and validate our simulations with real-world data, but we also will fly millions of simulated flights to explore that design space. And through that whole process of learning, we will do our absolute best to understand all the possible conditions that we might encounter and ensure that the vehicle does the right things.
That answers my question on what you're most excited about for the near future. That's great. We have one last question from the audience, and I think we have to wrap up then. How is the battery requirement different from a piloted aircraft? Do you need more redundancy on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, through the system safety process, we have to show that we are absolutely robust, and obviously a concern is running out of power. So we do a great deal of effort to show that our individual batteries, and we have redundant batteries, of course, will meet our overall safety goals. And on top of that, we also have to ensure that we have adequate energy reserves if anything goes wrong with the mission.
That's great, Jim. Thanks so very much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Also, great background. I mean, I think you definitely won that competition for today and yesterday. Thanks again for your time, Jim. We really appreciate you being here. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Yuvan. Take care.
Yes. Take care. We're now going to run a short video from BAE Systems before we proceed on to the next sessions.
Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence.
Hi and welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're going into the next session, which will be high integrity management systems and flight control solutions for AAM with Justin McClellan, who is BAE Systems Business Development Lead for aircraft electrification.
Thank you.
Hey, Justin, thanks for joining us. I'm going to hand over to you for your presentation now.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about what we're doing in the aircraft electrification space. But first, I think I'd talk a little bit about how we see AAM forming, and I think the bottom line is that we see it coming fast. We've got cargo, unmanned, and military operations already beginning with several OEMs already beginning deliveries to the U.S. Air Force by the end of the year. I think we see a large opportunity to drop these eVTOL aircraft into existing piloted air taxi operations around the globe. If you look at some of the graphics there, downtown Manhattan Heliport saw 26,000 operations in 2018, about 70 a day. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, 500 helipads with 1,000 to 2,000 operations a day. These are markets that can absorb a large quantity of UAM aircraft and eVTOL aircraft before they're even limited by UTM, air traffic management, and pilots and infrastructure. So I think the bottom line is it's not going to be as long as many people think to start seeing these aircraft around us. I think some of the other challenges people bring up a lot of the time are production, scaling production. I think there's a great example in World War II aircraft production. By 1944, the U.S. was producing 96,000 aircraft a year. That's one every 6 minutes. And so the ability to scale production for these aircraft is here. And I think the other thing you're going to notice is that automotive is going to play a big role in this. I think you're going to see AAM aircraft approaching the cost levels of a high-performance vehicle and the production rates of a high-performance vehicle. There's already examples of that happening with exceeding quality and aerospace-grade materials. So while AAM and UAM are maturing quickly and the initial operations are going to mature very quickly, I think we're going to see that there's some challenges associated with that. Now, I will say I don't think funding is one of them at the moment. That seems to be going quite well. But there's definitely a lot of challenges around designing for certification. So can you achieve airliner safety levels while balancing the size, weight, power, and cost constraints of AAM and UAM operations? Approval by multiple regulatory agencies as well. There's going to be currently there's some differences in the regulations, and being aware of the differences and how you're going to certify is going to be very important. Also, maintaining quality with your suppliers, making sure they have the right record keeping, the right traceability to allow you to streamline going through certification is going to be a key in this industry. And then, as we talked about production, scaling production. So transitioning to production with that quality and safety intact is going to be key. And then managing that supply chain as things like obsolescence change your supplies. Great example is battery cells. Major battery manufacturers, cell manufacturers, change formulations. They want to put new cells into production. Are you going to be able to get the same cells that you're going to need to keep your pack certified, or is that pack going to become obsolete and you're going to have to recertify new packs? So these are some of the challenges. And then as you get into charging and operations, vertiport development, certification, painting an H on a parking garage doesn't really make it a vertiport. It's got to be certified by the FAA. So that's another challenge. And then also charging. What's the grid impact of charging aircraft? And how are you going to have to wire that vertiport into the grid in order to be able to support that? And then finally, I think as we get into autonomy, high power computing is going to be another challenge. When you think about your typical triplex computer on a flight control system, those systems typically aren't running GPUs and doing image processing, but that's what's going to be needed as you move into autonomy. And making sure that those functions can be performed reliably, especially when they're flight critical. So the right partners really are needed to attack these challenges. And I think that's one place where we hope BAE can come into the market and help everyone out. So I'll talk a little bit about our experience. Most people recognize that we've been in the industry for flight controls for over 40 years, designing and certifying fly-by-wire systems. That translates to basically being in production on every major military and commercial aircraft out there. It's quite a large installed base. We've got over 40 programs, control programs that we've certified with multiple different agencies around the world. And that also translates to about an aircraft takes off every second with a BAE Systems flight critical product on board. So very experienced team. What I think a lot of people don't realize is our expertise in electrification. BAE has about 13,000 full electric or hybrid systems operating around the world. These are usually large, high-power systems on transit vehicles, marine applications, a variety, even military vehicles. We were actually the first company to integrate a fuel cell system into a transit vehicle in the Americas. And we've got full electric vehicles also out on the road. So a lot of experience on the power side, and bringing that controls expertise and that power expertise together, we think we've got a lot of interesting solutions that we can bring to this space. And so this brings up several questions. I think the first one is, how will you stay powered, and how will you make sure that you've got the power to fly the aircraft? And so I think the answer is you need an advanced electrification system and the right controls to operate and run it. And so intelligent energy management, fault monitoring, safety management, controls that check the health of that pack, bring up your DC links, help maintain them in the presence of a fault. So this is going to be critical. Design and testing for DO311A to prevent thermal runaways. We've seen some of the examples of that on the road. It can be quite extravagant. So having that, preventing that in the air is going to be key. And also helping manage that fleet. These batteries that are going to be out in the environment are going to be a large asset for anyone who's owning and operating these vehicles, and figuring out how to maintain them is going to be very important. So we are producing a AAM tailored battery module to help fulfill the needs of this market, using standard format cells. That way you can drop in technology upgrades as cell technology matures. Long cycle life is also very important. Again, you don't want to have to be replacing your packs after a month of operation. So thousands of cycles, or that translates to tens of thousands or 10,000 flights when you look at the depths of discharge for a typical mission. Also very comfortable with high power levels. Our systems are already very high power. And so we're comfortable with megawatt discharges that you need in an eVTOL application. And also we've implemented an advanced fault detection and management controller to help do some of that management and bring the system online, monitor faults, and make sure that it's operating safely. So now you've got an aircraft that's powered, but how are you going to charge it, and how are you going to power your vertiports? So I think a solution is required that mitigates grid impact. You don't necessarily want to have to do grid level construction and substation construction every time you set up a new vertiport. And so having microgrids for these systems, for these vertiports, is going to be, I think, key to allowing them to scale and be distributed around urban areas. And so building in generation is one of our solutions that helps mitigate that grid impact, whether it's conventional diesel propulsion or natural gas or even hydrogen fuel cell. Allow you to do localized generation to meet peak loads, interface with solar, potentially wind, other sources, whether it's AC or DC. I think the other key piece here is going to be energy storage. It's a natural second life for aviation batteries. Allows you to accumulate charge overnight and then provide that charge during the peak hours when you're recharging aircraft. That also unloads the grid impact. You can have a lower voltage grid connection, allowing you to meet peak demand without actually having to put in as much construction in the upfront years. So our system here has a lot of different voltage outputs. We've got charging outputs at 3-phase. You could do 120 volt for passenger facilities, and even low voltage to run things like lighting. BA is also working on some chargers. We're currently using a 250 kilowatt charger with a 500 kilowatt charger in development. So another piece of the puzzle is how you get a fast turnaround, and being able to supply the power for that charging, for that fast turnaround, I think is going to be a key to operations as we move forward. So another question, how will you ensure safe flight? So you need an AAM fly-by-wire solution, one that's low cost, lightweight, a flight computer that doesn't sacrifice on I/O. You're going to have a lot of sensors. You're going to have a lot of different types of control that you're going to have to do, whether it's surfaces, motor controls. So a flexible system there is also very important. Being able to look at system level requirements to define what you need in terms of redundancy. Is it going to be a triplex system? Do you need dissimilar processors? I think that's going to be important. You don't necessarily want to throw that capability at something until you know you need it. I think the other piece is starting with FAA certified, DAL-A type systems so that you can streamline the certification path. Starting from scratch on a flight computer might seem like a good idea, but as you get into the certification process, it's difficult to speed that along unless you've got some heritage that you're building on. I think the other key piece that we focus on is meeting customer deadlines and staying on schedule. A lot of the OEMs in this space have very aggressive timelines. And so I think that's going to be key when you're talking to suppliers, figuring out if they can meet your needs there. I think the other piece I mentioned was the high performance computing, higher power solutions that not only can do avionics processing, but maybe autonomy, health management. Are there GPU requirements, for example, to do image processing? And are those functions flight critical? Do you need redundancy there? So these are the types of questions that I think need to be answered in order to understand if your electronics and your flight controls can ensure safe flight. And of course, this all brings us to how will you get certified? That's certainly the gatekeeper to operations in this particular field. And I think experience is key in that regard. This is going to be a bit of a plug for BAE, but we're on quite a few different aircraft today. Whether it's Boeing, Airbus, Bell, Embraer, AgustaWestland, Sikorsky, and you can see from the images there a large variety of platforms. There's a lot of different challenges that we've been able to address. There isn't a problem we haven't already seen. Lots of experience designing for high integrity applications, whether it's DO-178C, DO-254, software and firmware, DO-311A, thermal runaway testing and design. We've done those tests. You can see some pictures here. Also, the SAE requirements for system development and safety guidelines. A lot of knowledge base there. And we're also consistently trying to push the envelope. So first, DAL-A certified multi-core processor. Also working with the FAA and EASA to develop standards and guidelines for multi-core. So we do understand the challenges with getting some of these new technologies in the air, and we're excited to address some of those challenges. So I think BAE really is a great partner from design through certification, and our products really are designed to streamline certification and help speed up your timeline. So I think the other piece I want to touch on was that I think success does require some scale. It's going to require security and secure applications, secure networks, and global support. So BAE does have aviation scale manufacturing. We're looking at how to optimize costs on things. We've got automation in place. We've got US and offshore production to meet the cost needs or various needs for our customers. And keep in mind, we're currently delivering thousands of batteries on the ground for our ground applications right now. I think another piece that we don't talk about too often, but I think is going to be very important, is cybersecurity and resiliency, and also autonomy, which we do tend to talk about. But predictive maintenance, service timing, being able to make sure that you're managing the fleet well, looking at fleet-wide energy management, for example, looking at 3D route optimization, maybe optimizing routes for energy usage, and then, of course, maintaining cybersecurity and resiliency of those operations is going to be very important in all areas that we focus on. And then finally, global support. With such an installed base, we do have a full-time product support and aftermarket team. Once we've sold a product, that's not the end. We do have training. We do have on-site orientation for products. all the manuals and service bulletins required to maintain that certification and safety level, and then also all the parts availability that's required. So that's just a little bit of an overview of, I think, what we think it needs, what you need to make it in this market, and some of the solutions that we have to bring to the table there. So I'd be happy to take a couple questions or discuss anything in a little more detail.
Justin, that's great. Thanks so much for the presentation. Really comprehensive. Just a quick fact, I did some number crunching, but in the time since you started your presentation, about 1,200 flights with BAE systems have taken off. So that's great. Justin, what's the most important lesson for early stage companies trying to certify all the the aircraft, the systems, the battery? What's the first thing you'd suggest they get into?
I mean, I think that it's easy to fall into the trap that I can do something in house, maybe zip tie some batteries together, kind of make a system work, and get that even possibly down through your flight testing. But then you realize that you've got a problem when you get to the certification. You don't have the record keeping. You don't have the suppliers that are keeping track of their raw materials and things like that. You don't have the processes in place to ensure consistency. And now you've got to go and basically redesign that system. So, I think you have to think about certification from the beginning of the process, from the beginning of the design, how you set up the processes, how you're choosing your materials, your suppliers. It can't be kind of the afterthought after you've gotten your first flight test done.
That's amazing. Justin, we also have a comment from Robin Bronsell in the audience who says, some great experience. How would you like to work with nimble small and medium companies and their non-corporate founders? So,
yeah, that's a great question. And I'm actually a bit of a startup guy myself. And so, I will say, we understand the needs of the more agile, startup world. I think it is a little bit of an interesting juxtaposition, especially when you think about who's, the gatekeeper here is the FAA. It's a government entity. So, that really is the ultimate gatekeeper. It doesn't matter how agile you are if you can't get the aircraft certified. So I think to a certain degree, that's a great trait, I think, to get everything started. But you do need to have a little more process, a little more of that to get to the certification. As BAE, we're definitely open to working with the agile companies. We've got actually a group called Fast Labs that's set up to even come up with startup-like ideas and bring them to market. So it's something that I think is part of our culture. And even with me coming on board is a great example of BAE kind of moving in that direction. And I think we're open to a lot of different arrangements with working with our customers. Whether it's simply looking for a particular product or doing some sort of collaborative development, we're open to a lot of different operations and ways to operate with the customers there.
Justin, that's great. If anyone wants to find Justin, you can find him through the one-on-one meeting service that we have on the platform, where you can set up meetings. Justin, sorry, I just signed you up for that. But thanks so much. We really appreciate your presentation, and thanks for a lovely session. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Great to have you. Thanks again to Justin. Moving on, we have our next session on aircraft development in emerging tech with Lee Human from Aerotech, who is the CEO and president of Aerotech. Great to have Lee. Lee's worked with many startups as Aerotech, and I'm going to let Lee come on stage and introduce himself, as well as what pushed him to launch it back in 2003. So if we can have Lee. Hi, Lee. How are you doing?
Great, thanks, Yuvan. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone.
Great to have you here, Lee. Let's start with an introduction on yourself and what pushed you to launch Aerotech back in 2003.
Sure. Well, you got to see a little bit of the video there. That really highlights our flight test center in Moses Lake, Washington, which is one of our 3 sites on the west side of the mountains, where I'm chiming in from here this afternoon. In Seattle is where our engineering offices are. And back in 2003, we recognized the need for a lot of new technology companies looking to get their products certified, didn't have that internal certification, testing, development capability. They, big OEMs, Airbus and Boeing and Lockheed, et cetera, obviously have in-house capability, but many, and certainly the startup world, does not. They have great technology, great product opportunities and ideas, but it's difficult to actually execute and bring that product to market. So that's where we found our space, and we've grown over the years, starting with a lot of winglet STC development, RBSM, and hush kits, through even new airplane programs. The Mitsubishi regional jet was a big effort for us. Unfortunately, that program has been paused, but it speaks to our experience and capability to help even an established company like Mitsubishi with a new aircraft development program. So today we sit at about 250 people, growing a little bit, and we have about 15 active programs of all kinds, large aircraft like the one behind me, down to the Cessna Caravan, new technology, new propulsion systems, all electric airplanes, et cetera. So it's a really fun time to be in this business.
Absolutely. And we know from real life examples in the past few months itself in advanced air mobility that some companies are attracting more investment than others. What do you put that down to? Do you have a number of factors that you can attribute?
Yeah, there's a lot of players out there, a lot of people with I'll say opportunities, sifting through those to the real products, right? Where you can look through and do the due diligence and say, yes, you know what, this design, this technology, this vision that the company has merit, and there's a market. Most importantly, there's a market there to go capture. And I think that's what we're seeing is, I'll say a down selection from literally hundreds of UAM projects out there, to the 10 or so that will reach that production level amount of funding that's needed.
And you've obviously worked with a lot of startups and early stage companies. What are some of the biggest lessons learned from working with these that you've picked up, over the years?
Yeah, I think when we look at the successful organizations, there's a recognition of the complexity. Look, you're building an air vehicle, and there's a compliance aspect to it, a certification aspect to it, there's a supply chain aspect to it, there's an operational aspect to it with training and maintenance and full support. The organizations that see all the way through that life cycle and recognize that they can't do it alone, that they meet some of these startup companies are it's less than 50 people often, right? Sometimes less than 10. They've got a great technology and a great product, but there's just no way without third-party support they're going to get to full production. And it's unrealistic to think that you're going to be able to snap your fingers and build an engineering organization, a certification organization, a production organization to do that. And I think Justin, I was listening to his presentation a moment ago, and he said the same thing. Leverage partners, leverage quality suppliers, leverage quality organizations that can help with the engineering development. Own your IP. It's a make-buy decision, right? There's key elements of IP that these companies must protect, and we all appreciate that. But where you can, plug in the experts to get you there, and that'll be the fastest path. And that's where we come in, is we are, an expert in development and certification to help fast track a lot of these projects from that initial, $10 million round of funding to get them through that. Okay, now they've got to find a prototype, they've got a real business plan. It unlocks that $100 million round of funding, and then they're off to the next $1 billion round of funding, and that's where we help.
And I mean, and even then, looking at obviously the pandemic and the way things have changed for aviation over the last 15 or so months, even then things can go wrong, can't they? In the case of Aerion, for example, if we talk about Aerion as a just a case here.
Yeah, Aerion, Mitsubishi. I mean, these are big names that had a well-established product, and that suddenly the carpet is pulled out from underneath, right? And so I think it speaks to how much funding is required, and how much dedication is required, and how much the market needs to be there to bring these new airplanes, to fruition. And I think in this case, obviously 2020 was a challenge for all of us, and anybody who says it wasn't is probably lying. But when you see the market changes, when obviously Aerion was heavily funded. I mean, it's a phenomenal program. We were involved in the program, and great machine. But when your main funding source has a crisis of their own, Boeing, and has to circle their own wagons and deal with the MAX issues and COVID issues and other issues, it's difficult when you're at that level of an organization that is spending, tens of millions of dollars a month in development, to rapidly pivot and find someone else that can pick up that that investment. Maybe it'll happen in the future. It doesn't happen quickly, and maybe it'll happen with Mitsubishi as well. Someone will come in and there's definitely some value there to be had, and they're both good airplanes that could be brought forward. But the climate changed in front of us, and the market has changed, and the investment community has changed, and I guess to your point, Yuvan, you think things are great and rosy and everything's moving along nicely, and then suddenly there's a black swan event and everything changes.
Is there a bit of silver lining here, or is it not so much? So when you look at securing financing and investment, obviously the sector has had a lot bumped into it recently. How do you see that looking towards the end of the year, in a year from now?
Some of this investment is pretty wild. I'll go as far as to say it's nearly like the housing bubble. I think in the terms of the amount of cash that is going places, which I think may be surprising some of us. There will be some winners in these investment for sure. There's some great vehicles out there that will make it. There will be some big losers as well, though, and I think a lot of us off the record are just shocked at that's where some of these literally hundreds of millions of dollars are going. So we'll see. I'm a little bit worried about the whole SPAC approach. There is some due diligence going on, but I think there could be more, and that's an area that we can help out a lot, is to vet some of these investment opportunities to see where it's real and what's just paper. To answer your question, I think one of the things that we measure in terms of like how's the market doing as far as new developments is just frankly counting how many NDAs we sign a month, and I can tell you that compared to this time last year, it's double. So I think everyone was just holding their breath, right, in 2020, waiting for the other shoe to drop, making sure that there was a path forward, making sure their own plans and business plans were secure, reevaluating against these market changes, and a lot of that work is done. People see the light at the end of the tunnel. At my office here in Seattle, COVID's over. I mean, we're vaccinated and we're back to normal. We're in the office, and that's more the norm, I think. I know in England there's still some struggles and other countries, but it's time to get back to work. And we're seeing more and more new opportunities come up right now. So there's 3 or 4 active programs that have just kicked off this last quarter that are in this 10 to $15 million category that will help them get to the next level.
You might have touched on this slightly before, but if I was an early stage company looking to get from paper to a real marketable product, could you lay out clearly the sort of steps to get there?
Yeah, I guess I'll simplify it, but it's actually a pretty common model. I mean, yes, you start with the angel investors at that $1 to $5 million level where you're just lucky. That gives you the ability to do an established business plan, maybe even some small scale prototyping to really show what the potential of that is. Then comes that $10 to $50 million range of funding, but now comes some big expectations, right? Now these are investment partners that are coming in, and you better perform, you better deliver in that phase what's needed to get to that next round, or you won't make it. And that's where we help out a lot, because a lot of companies can't go from that smaller organization to the 50 or 100 people that are needed to do that work. Meeting those expectations, exceeding those expectations. Now you're in the, you've demonstrated your viable product, you've demonstrated your ability to execute, and then you can unlock those larger rounds, which then take you all the way through to production.
That's great. And let's talk a little bit about there's obviously quite, we're talking about the various UAM and AAM players, and that there seems to be many levels at which companies and developers will be able to fit in. It definitely doesn't seem like a one size fits all thing, is it?
No. Well, I think part of that might have to do with the people that are coming into this space. You've got true startups, grassroots organizations that are coming in and unfettered by preconceived notions on what it takes to certify something, which is sometimes healthy. It's good for the industry to have some of that new vision and new culture. But then you have the legacy partners as well that recognize, the legacy OEMs. Oh, we better get our game together here, because this is a real market space. We really need to have a play here, whether it's just a propulsion system, whether it's an entire vehicle. And the good news is they come with that true appreciation and experience and infrastructure to actually bring the product to market. If you look at situations where maybe there's some big players like Airbus coming in and supporting, or Boeing come in and supporting a project, there's no question they can deliver, right? So, but it sets it up for a different kind of execution style program. I'm not sure if I answered your question there, but I think we're seeing a lot of different approaches, some of which are fresh and are resetting the way business is done in aerospace, which is good. There are some too far off the beaten path, and which, as Justin said in the previous one, you have to respect what's needed for certification. You better have your requirements and everything sorted way up front. Otherwise, you're going to build a product that's just not certifiable, and you're never going to get there.
No, that's great. That completely answers the question. Lee, is it worth getting excited about the pre-orders that are coming in? I mean, it's obviously, there's naturally there's merits to the legacy companies, as you said, coming in, but there's been, more than 1,200 pre-order agreements signed this year itself, or talked about this year itself. So is that something we should be getting excited about?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, these are relatively small vehicles. And I guess, sometimes we can look at them and think, wow, it's a really high complex machine. It requires a lot of technology to get off the ground. It requires a lot of energy. The batteries aren't big enough. We can make a lot of these comments. But at the end of the day, if you look at, there's no question that there's a market for small and mid-size transport, air transport. I believe that there's a huge market opportunity in I'll say the 30 to 50 seater regional space. And when we look at, I know this is not specifically eVTOL stuff, but when we look at the hydrogen or electric or hybrid small regionals, that to me is the next big, like, those will be the next block of airplanes that actually get certified. But absolutely, I think there are some. You can see the companies that are doing the hard work, the companies that are putting in the development activity. Joby was highlighted in a recent PBS special, which we've got some insightful information, and seeing the amount of the development work they're putting into their propulsion systems and their flight control systems and such, and how they're going about that. I mean, these teams will be successful. It may take a little bit longer than people expect. The product may not be quite as good right out of the box, but that's okay. There'll be advancements and developments and improvements, and we should be excited. It's a great time to be in this business. We've never seen, in my lifetime, we've never seen this kind of new adaptation of technology in aerospace. The propulsion, the combination of multiple things. Electric propulsion, whether it's hybrid or distributed, integrated flight control systems and automation. This is a lot of fun.
That's excellent. That's a great positive note. Lee, thank you so very much for your time today. We really appreciate you having you on. We're now just going to cut to a video from Pillsbury before we come back for the final session. Hi, and welcome back to the final session of Day 2 of Revolution.Aero Global 2021. For this next session, I'll be handing over to Laura Jennings, who is Special Counsel at Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman. Laura is a member of the firm's Aviation, Aerospace, and Transportation Group and has extensive aviation and airline experience working with U.S. agencies in civil and administrative matters. So handing over to Laura, and hi, Laura, and I'm going to have you introduce your panelists for this final session on regulating new technologies.
Great. Thank you, Yuvan. It is a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for that introduction. We have a fantastic panel today with 4 incredibly accomplished panelists who have a broad range of experience and a lot of depth to share about the regulatory framework that comes with certification of new technology, specifically the FAA's framework. So with that, I will briefly introduce our panelists, and then we can dive in. First, we have Greg Bowles, Head of Government Affairs with Joby Aviation. Hi, Greg.
Hello, thank you so much. Good to see you, Lauren.
Yeah, good to see you too. I'll just very briefly mention, I know that Greg is likely very well known among many of you, but among his many roles and experience, Greg has served on several ICAO technical committees, and he co-chaired the FAA's Part 23 reorganization aviation rulemaking committee. So again, welcome, Greg. And our second panelist, whom we just heard from, and we thank him for being part of our panel, is Lee Yuvan, CEO of Aerotech.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, Lee. Our third panelist is Peter Lyons, who is Head of Certification for Over Air.
Good afternoon, Laura. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Peter. And just very briefly, Peter is working on the certification process of Over Air's Butterfly eVTOL. Notably, Peter was also an early participant in the FAA's Part 23 reorganization aviation rulemaking committee. And our fourth panelist is David Myman, CEO of Jetpack Aviation. Hi, David.
Hi, Laura. How are you? Good evening,
well,
good morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, and just very briefly, again, I'm sure many of you know David well, but in the event you do not, David developed the first portable jetpack, flying it around the Statue of Liberty in 2015. Since then, he has made hundreds of public flights globally with the jetpack. And since 2018, he and his team have been working on a VTOL motorcycle called the Speeder. So we know that obviously certification is a very big topic and top of mind for many here. It's the gatekeeper to operations. And there are regulations around aircraft certification and, of course, regulations around operations. But I thought we could start by talking about the aircraft certification process. And it seems as though nearly all the eVTOL projects are seeking FAA certification through the FAA's performance-based requirements in Part 23. In 2017, the FAA rewrote Part 23 through Amendment 64, which was designed to streamline the approval of the new technologies into small types of certificated aircraft through the new performance-based regulatory structure. So this all sounds like a fresh, forward-looking regulatory framework, and it's been in place for nearly 4 years now. So I thought we could start by talking about how is it going? Do you think that Part 23 is meeting the goal of bringing new technologies to the market more quickly? And if you don't mind, I think I'll start with Greg and Peter first on this question.
Go for it, Peter. I'll hit it next.
Yeah, so Laura, I would say absolutely. The change in 2364, the amendment, has made a huge difference as far as people's willingness to embrace innovation and move forward with programs and products that might have been more challenging to certify under the legacy processes. And, you know, what's happening in the whole eVTOL space, I think, is a testament of the flexibility that the rules afforded and the forward thinking that industry has been able to exploit in order to come forward with new technologies, as well for the FAA to look at those new technologies and say, we now have a path forward through the regulations where we can look at certifying those new entrants without being bogged down in the administrative burden that might have happened under the previous rule set.
Okay, great. And Greg, do you have any thoughts on whether Part 23 is meeting its stated goal?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great place to start today's conversation. So if we were to rewind ourselves back to the 1980s, the rules before they were changed, the Part 23 rules as they sat at Amendment 62 is what that was back then, were essentially, or it was even prior in the 80s. Those rules were written around the technologies of the 1950s and 60s. They were wonderful for designing aluminum airplanes, single-engine airplanes, or somewhat good for twin engines. Beyond that, they had a lot of special conditions. Even jets in Part 23 were needing special conditions. And so those rules weren't fit for purpose, especially at the point that we got into the 2000s. And the FAA really leaned forward, and other global regulators leaned forward to create a new environment. And look, rules are kind of boring, but in this case, it was an exciting, boring change. What happened was we took these outdated rules that were very detailed, we kind of up-leveled them so that instead of telling you how to certify specific technologies with a specific rule, and if you didn't follow that rule, you had to go through an administrative process to get an exemption, we were able to raise that set of rules to be performance-based. So kind of setting the safety outcome that was expected and allowing applicants to propose what technologies they wanted to use to meet that safety objective. And then also allowing industry standards bodies to stand up proposals for ways to meet these safety objectives. Absolutely. I think back in the day when we were all working those things together, We envisioned it would be an exciting change for aviation. Certainly, this is not the culmination of all the amazing activity that Lee kind of alluded to that we're all living through right now. But this fundamental change would have been, if it hadn't have happened, would have been a blocker. Having this in place right now is fundamentally important to us all. And we don't need to worry about it anymore because it's in place. We can now use it, so we don't have to go through that process of updating it. They exist in a timeless fashion now. And then we all get to focus on the really exciting technologies and how to implement that safety. So we've moved into a world that's much more akin to as standards evolve and as new technologies evolve, we can continue to take advantage of them as opposed to needing exemptions and administrative action to move forward. So it is as exciting as rules get, I think. That's how I would say it.
Well, that's great, and great to hear that it is working and it's successful. So, do you sense, and I'll ask this question to both Lee and David, that there has been a cultural shift within the FAA in terms of addressing new technologies, or do you feel like there's still too much reliance on the legacy regulatory frameworks?
I'll jump first. Okay, it's fairly early days for us. We're just past seed, and we've started our test flying of our full-scale prototype, raising a Series A round now. But the history of the company, we did work significantly with the FAA to convince them originally that we fell within the ultralight category before the Statue of Liberty flight. I found them extremely responsive, even though this was clearly a very new type of aircraft to them. There hadn't been any other jetpacks that had been brought to their attention before. Then there was actually an unauthorized flight by another company in Florida around 2017 or 2018, and the FAA froze all turbine VTOL operations in the US, including ours. So we spent quite a lot of time working with the General Aviation Operations Branch, AFS 830, and ended up working on a special airworthiness certificate in the experimental category, which took quite a while. I found them very responsive because it was something entirely new, and I think that they were taking a risk on us and our engineering team. But I think that historically, what happened with the UAS and drones, they fell so far behind, frankly, with that, and they saw that market and innovation go to other countries that they weren't willing to see the same thing happen again with manned VTOL.
Just to add a little bit, I think to what Greg was saying, with the old rules, Part 23 was so structured and so prescriptive that we kind of ended up with a similar airplane, and it wasn't a space for innovation, right? Which is why a lot of Part 23 airplanes look the way they do, legacy airplanes. To answer your question around is the needle moved yet? I personally believe it's moving. I think we're seeing applicants get through their initial cert basis work right now. We know that there's multiple active programs that are working through, the FAA folks up in Boston for kind of the innovation area, and getting their cert basis structure laid out. Next steps, getting through, the cert plan details and actually what those means of compliance become. I think that's where it's going to get a little sticky. Is, it's always tough being first, especially through a regulator. And I think there are going to be a lot of firsts because there's so many variants in the products that we're seeing out there right now. We've got vehicles powered by hydrogen, we've got vehicles powered by hybrids, by electrics, by traditional gas turbines, and maybe it's distributed power. We've got integrated flight controls into propulsors, which is very complicated, and the processing power and the autonomy that's coming in. So there's so many new spaces that are going to need to be. There's a lot of new road that is yet to be laid within the working level at the FAA. So my read on this is, at the top level, the structure is in place to enable this revolution, which I think is a good word for today. Where it's going to get interesting is when the boots hit the ground and we're delivering an engineering document to an FAA, specialist engineer in structures or propulsion, and how are we going to get through that? So it's still some time to go to see how that's going to play out, and I think more than anything, now where the partnership has to be with the FAA and EASA, right? There's global regulators here that are involved. And we're going to need to lean on each other more than ever to work to find that right means of compliance, that right safety level. Because if we don't, while innovation is great and new technology is great, if we're not responsible about making sure it's safe, which is then now we're not doing good service to the public, and now we're going to have accidents and incidents going to unravel everything. So it's a careful path to navigate here.
Yeah, that's great, Lee and David. And Lee, your comments kind of dovetail into what I was thinking about next. Is clearly you all understand your products better than anyone, better than the FAA. So how are you educating the FAA, and how do you get FAA buy-in, and what is sort of a customized process for many of you? And Greg, maybe we could start it off with you, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. So the FAA has actually been working for a long time to get familiar with electric propulsion, for example. It's been over 10 years that the FAA has kind of been doing work behind the scenes on their policies. And the FAA has a huge organization of people that do research and develop policies. And they stood up an innovation and policy branch maybe 5 years ago now. And that's a group of folks that have been dedicated to understanding where technologies are going, making sure the FAA tries to stay ahead of it. And I think some of that was lessons learned out of the drone world. It's been a very effective path for FAA. So we've had wonderful dialogue prior to the application for certification. And we formally applied to certify with the FAA back in 2018. And we've had really good experience working with the teams of folks at the FAA in all the different areas through our certification basis into the means of compliance to define the tests and the things we're going to do to show the FAA that the aircraft meets the requirements. At-large process is working really well at a big organization. There will be continued learning, and I think the FAA helps us, and we help the FAA both directions. So there's a lot of knowledge that the FAA has, and there's a lot of information that industry has, and we've seen the FAA in areas of battery technology, in areas of motors, in some of the fly-by-wire interface, the human factors interface sides. They really want to understand why certain methodologies are preferred. And they kind of go and do the same with other applicants, and then they kind of come to a decision on what they think is the right path forward at large, and that's been working pretty efficiently. So from our perspective, it's been a very positive experience.
Peter, did you have any additional feedback on your collaboration with the FAA thus far, or even any lessons learned?
Yeah, I'll mirror a lot what Greg had to say about engagement through the Policy and Innovation Center for Emerging Concepts, which allows applicants to go in and have a meaningful technical dialogue with the FAA well in advance of TC application while you're still figuring out your design. A lot of the certification challenges of legacy programs is going to the FAA with your almost your finished product, and you get there late in the process and they don't like it. And what do you do? By engaging with the FAA pre-application, and this is a fundamentally a significant change in the FAA's way of dealing with applicants versus just 3 or 4 years ago. But being able to engage with the FAA during those conceptual design phases while you're doing your design trades and making your A/B choices on things, the FAA can provide meaningful insight on what the challenges might be or what their receptiveness is to a certain approach on on your technology and use that. You can use that to help inform your design and help inform the FAA in the process. The other element that I think is a great way to engage with the FAA on these things at a more generic level is through the industry standards development, the means of compliance development through ASTM. SAE has got some stuff going on as well. And those are excellent avenues to have open technical dialogue amongst yourself, the regulator, and other applicants to arrive at a consensus position that everyone can buy into and move forward. And it gives early insight into what the requirements are going to be well in advance of them being published and accepted by the FAA.
Great, thanks for that. This is a question for each of you, and we'll try and hopefully keep it brief. But if you were the FAA administrator, what would you do differently than what they're currently doing now to encourage innovation and to streamline the certification process without compromising safety? David, maybe we could start with you.
I was hoping you'd go up somebody else, but I think that the approach that because we've just brought on our first certification engineer, and we're working through the draft cert basis now, and without that engineer on board, I found it initially very, very difficult to navigate the process. It's not something clear to somebody that has been involved in aviation before, but has not gone through a certification process. So that took a reasonable amount of time just working through with our cert engineer, understanding what direction we need to go from day one, specifically for our type of aircraft, for a turbine-based aircraft. So some form of clear roadmap for entrepreneurs like me, I think would be useful.
I'll go next if you don't mind, Laura.
Sure.
I think we've been involved in over 100 certification programs going back to the early 90s, and I think we've watched the FAA evolve or transform quite a bit over time. And honestly, I have a great deal of respect for the FAA. And they are a partner. They have to be a partner to get a product certified. In years past, they had a staff of highly technical, competent aerospace engineers, and they had a budget that could afford that. In the 2000s, they changed the approach, which was to try to farm out the certification and to be purely administrative. To the point where we see, ODAs and other outside organizations doing the work. What that's left us with here today is, and I'm simplifying, generalizing, but in general, a shortage within the FAA of the number of true aerospace engineers that are going to be needed to support all of these new projects that are coming in. So I'm hoping if there's a silver lining coming out of the tragedies of the MAX, it's more funding for the FAA to allow them to do more stuff, more reviews and support and work with the applicants directly. And maybe if you look at the EASA model, EASA charges. It's not free, right? So and they have a revenue source that's outside of government. Maybe that's an approach. Not that I'm encouraging the FAA to charge us all, but I think the bottom line is we are going to need a tremendous amount of support from the FAA for these. There's going to be so many new programs coming along, and that requires a substantial team and organization. So let's build it and let's fund it, whether it's through government or through some other means.
Yeah, it's a really well taken point. Thank you, Lee. Greg, Peter?
I'll quickly touch on two things I think that would be wonderful. So Administrator Dixon has been a really big advocate for this segment. He has really leaned in to understand it, to kind of recognize how important it is to the future of aviation and the era of electric aviation we're living through. The two areas I think that I would love the FAA to improve, they've done so much work, they've done so much focus and like real nose to the grindstone hard efforts. They don't do a good job of publicizing all the work they've done to show the leadership that they're exercising. And I think that that would be a great thing for them to kind of talk a little more with the public, to get the public prepared for this new era of flight coming along. And then the other one, actually, I'll touch on Lee's point. So I think with respect to funding, the FAA traditionally charges a fuel tax and a ticket tax. That's how the FAA recovers their cost of certification, their cost of operations. And so in our space, I imagine they'll continue to charge a ticket tax, but we won't be burning liquid fuel. So it would be really wonderful for the FAA to consider a commensurate energy tax that is kind of parallel to the liquid fuel tax. I think, I can't remember the exact number. I think it's like 27 cents a gallon of avgas and something to that effect. So, if you say the amount of energy of a gallon of Jet A is like 40 kilowatt hours and charge a commensurate amount, that feels like something to get out of the way ahead of time versus trying to have some difficult program or something that's going to have a lot more overhead. So I think that would be a really exciting thing for us all to just put behind us and get ready to pay the right way.
Yeah, so I think my panelists and my peer panelists have really hit the point on the aircraft certification side, but there is, once we start getting vehicles certified and try to get into operations, we're going to run into challenges, I think, as an industry with operations and pilot qualification, pilot training, and that is something coming down the pipeline of getting ahead of that before the vehicles start showing up on the ramps around the country or on the vertiports around the country, to find a path through the regulatory limitations or restrictions of the legacy ops rules will be meaningful. Those rules are not performance based. They are all still very prescriptive in their requirements, and they're predicated and built around technology, some of it dating back to the 40s. And we need to have a progressive look at those regulatory challenges moving forward. And then the next step after eVTOL is going to be autonomy and autonomous operations, and making sure we have a regulatory construct, a regulatory structure that's going to support that.
Yeah, I think as has been the theme of the conference so far, it is a renaissance within aviation right now. But part of that is that we are looking at all of these different issues simultaneously. And of course, again, certification has to happen first, but at the same time, parallel to all of that, you're looking at, okay, operations and infrastructure. It's challenging, I'm sure, to say the least. To that end, looking more at like the global harmonization with certification, we know that EASA has taken a different approach where they have a draft special conditions. And I just am curious to get some of your general impressions on EASA's approach for certification versus the FAA's more case-by-case approach. And Peter, I don't know if that's something you could begin.
Yeah, so EASA has published their special condition, and so love it or hate it, at least it's out there, right? The EASA has established a set of criteria that some will say is fairly challenging. It is certainly more stringent than what we see in traditional Part 23, and even in some cases air carrier class aircraft. And it creates a set of technical requirements that becomes challenging to meet. The FAA, on the other side, is working with applicants under Part 23, the new revision, the amendments, to develop means of compliance, and it's not quite as clear as to what is required. And it's a lot of come in and talk to us and work it out, and it's working. That process is working, but I don't know that it's scalable. But we don't know what we don't know yet as an industry and the regulators. And I think this process is also very important to them. So EASA's approach is a little different from the FAA approach. I think each of them is going to arrive. It's going to arrive at the same endpoint maybe just following a different path.
And to kind of add on to Peter's comment, I don't think that the FAA requirements in the EASA SC VTOL are drastically different. They're both based in the Part 23 rules. So SC VTOL began with the new CS 23 at Amendment 5, and so so they started in the same place. They have some differences. The biggest fundamental difference is that EASA grouped all of these aircraft into one area, and the FAA is kind of considering aircraft a little more on a case by case. So some aircraft the FAA says look more like an airplane, some the FAA says more like a rotorcraft, and they're kind of tailoring the approach based on this like wide range of spectrum. I mean, David, I would imagine you might say like, I don't know if the airplane rules fit perfectly for a jetpack, but there are probably a set of rules that fit really well. And so if you were to go on the FAA path, they would create a tailored approach for you. Whereas EASA might say, why don't you fit into SC VTOL maybe? I don't know. And so that's kind of the fundamental difference, that the FAA is still trying to, before they set a high level policy on how everyone will be treated, they're trying to understand the range of applicants. And it does seem like maybe there's not one bucket, that there may be more than one.
Yeah, I'm with Greg. I think I like the way that the FAA is headed, in the sense that they're data collecting right now, right? And they're not trying to fit it into one peg. And Peter and Greg mentioned, you know, they've opened the door to early conversations with each applicant to figure out what's best. We also have to recognize, look, it's not just the regulations. The FAA has libraries and libraries of information amongst, and they're collecting background material which might become an advisory circular, right? I mean, they may output some guidance. It may not be regulatory, but as we, you know, over the next 5 years is going to be really interesting, right? We're going to have lots of learning, and I think 5 years from now, I think the FAA will have quite a library of guidance material that might help all of us. It might help Dave and future jetpack developers. It'll help the pure vertical takeoff and landing people. It'll help the hydrogen people, whatever that looks like. It's just we've got to get the projects through the system to learn, I think, what the best approach is, and that's what the FAA is doing, and I think that's the right thing to do.
To that end, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. For me, the EASA MOC, it gave me for the first time a document that I could sort of read from end to end and get some feeling for the means of compliance. And as you said, Lee, it's not going to apply directly to our speeder aircraft, but it gave me and our engineers a document that we could work through and have some idea at least what's in front of us.
And I know it seems like in the conversations, it's always the focus seems to be on certification, obviously before the FAA, and it's understandable where has broad applicability and EASA. But I'm curious if any of you have worked with any of the civil aviation authorities and other jurisdictions and had a positive or interesting experience elsewhere. For instance, New Zealand had recently come up as one area where I know some entities are looking. So aside from FAA and EASA, I'm curious if you've had any an experience that you'd like to share with a different jurisdiction. And if not, that's okay. We can move on.
I guess I could just, we have, I won't name the country, but we have had some experience with an Asian certification agency recently, which has been challenging because they don't have the history, or they haven't done the homework, like Greg was saying, over the past 10 years to prepare themselves for a lot of these new technologies. So I think we probably will see a channeling of projects through EASA, FAA branches until some of these other countries catch up.
Okay, interesting. Thanks for that. So, David, I was hoping that maybe you could share a bit more about your experience with the FAA in terms of receiving the ultralight classification for the jetpack?
Trying to come off. I'm just trying to come off mute. Yeah, sure. So when we started with the jetpack program, we had one engine on each side, and we started with the local FISDO, and just very early on in the design stage, and just said, look, we think this is a Part 103 ultralight. And the problem was the speed, obviously not the weight, and we could carry 5 gallons. But we had to go through a process of governing the speed because it's capable of over 150 miles an hour. And so we needed to do a number of tests to demonstrate that we could effectively govern the speed, which we did. And the New York flight happened off the back of that. But it's extremely limiting for us because 5 gallons of Jet A1 does not take you very far with turbojet engines, which is why, and I actually asked, I requested a waiver for that, and the FAA were frank with me, and they said, look, we're just not likely to agree to a waiver on the fuel capacity for a Part 103 aircraft. So that's really why we ended up with going through the special airworthiness certificate experimental exhibition, which was great, but we did have to build an ops manual, a maintenance manual, and a training manual. And I'm still the FAA designated delegated trainer for jetpacks.
Yeah, it must have been a very unique experience with the FAA. Thank you for sharing that. And Greg, it seems like Joby is accelerating towards eVTOL certification. So I'm wondering what you could share with us today about your current status in terms of Joby certification basis, and any updates that you might be willing to share with us today.
For sure. So the certification basis is kind of what set of rules apply to your program. And so we were able to work with FAA and kind of come to agreement on the set of rules and the special conditions that will apply to our aircraft to bring it into certification so we can do commercial operations. We were able to come to that agreement back in 2010. 2020, back in 2020. And so from there, we've had a lot of discussions about the tests and the analysis, the means of compliance that will be done to show that we meet the rules and the requirements that are set for us. And later this year, we'll start to actually do company testing. We'll have like conformed parts being tested, and we'll kind of go into that in the coming years. And so it's moved from what is kind of like very traditional. How do we certify these things? That's where we were in the early days. Through 2018 and 2020, we kind of honed in on what we're going to do, how we're going to certify this vehicle. We now have that path in front of us. We've agreed with the FAA on that. We've assigned G1 certification basis. And from that point forward, it gets a little more traditional. So we're using traditional ways to validate our software. So things like RTCA DO-178 validation. We're validating our airborne electronic hardware using RTCA DO-254. We're doing HERF and lightning kind of testing. We're going through some traditional compliance with the battery using things like RTCA DO-311A. So these are very inside aviation terms, but we've moved from what was really unknown into using known processes now and executing the testing. So from a risk standpoint, we went from higher risk of unknown into execution phase. Now the work we have to do is significant. We build our own motors, our batteries, our high power electronics. We are very vertical in nature at Joby. And so we have a lot of components to demonstrate compliance with. And a lot of that's on the shoulders of our company. And we've built a significant team to do that. But that's the phase we're in now, is doing the testing, doing the execution, and taking all that through certification in the next few years.
That's very exciting. Thank you for sharing that. And Lee, I know that you recently had a lot of success with the all-electric Cessna Grand Caravan.
Yep.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you two would be willing to share a bit more about your experience with the FAA in terms of the certification and approval process for that.
Sure. So let's be clear. The flights that we did last year were development flights. They were not for certification, and we have not yet applied for an STC yet because we're basically helping our customer magniX get the data that they need to then first go get their Part 33 certification, right? So to add another layer of complexity here, there's a propulsion certification requirement, and then there's an airframe certification requirement. So we're not to that point yet. There's still some work to go do before we're ready to finalize the integration and do that. But there are things I want to touch on something that Greg just said, which we really need to appreciate. It's a Part 23 vehicle. We're talking mostly about Part 23 here. But when we look at the level of complexity, it's much more like a Part 25 level of list of deliverables. So, software certification, the DO-178 certification, the fly-by-wire systems, the, HERF and Lightning, the EMI issues, the other things. What I guess the point I want to make here is this is not another Cessna 172, right? As far as the level of workload that the FAA is going to have on their side, not only the applicant, but the regulators. So I think what people need to recognize, yeah, sure, the rulemaking is simplified, but the platform is so much more complicated. I don't know, Greg. I would say, what do you think? Maybe 300 or 400% more. If we could stack up the paper for a classic piston-powered straight wing Part 23 airplane, or even like take a Cyrus, even a modern day composite airplane, to these eVTOL, it's an order of magnitude in complexity, and that's what industry and regulators need to get ready for here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a spectrum of aircraft across Part 23. So I think if you were to compare the airframe is probably akin to the structural airframes are probably akin to something traditional, a Cirrus kind of airframe, from a structures perspective. But from a systems and an integration perspective, it's much more like a turboprop or a business jet kind of complexity. I think that's a fair assessment. It's definitely a significant amount of work, and it's really exciting to see so many players coming into the space. There's a lot of nose to the grindstone that will be happening.
And Peter, I'll give you the last word if you have any thoughts, and to echo Greg and Lee's comments there about it's actually could create additional work.
Yeah, no, Lee makes a really good point about the level of complexity and the level of integration. It's a path of evolution, though, that we've been seeing happening over the course of the last, 20 years. Glass cockpits. 20 years ago, I was down in Albuquerque working on the Eclipse jet, which is a highly integrated digital airplane with a level of complexity. And it's one of the safest Part 23 airplanes that has been certified in recent times. So, you come back and say that's, I think, sure, it's a boatload of work. It's a mountain of paperwork, an army of engineers. And at the end of the day, we're going to produce vehicles that are going to change the way people get around city centers and do it more safely than it's ever been done before. So how's that for closing, Laura?
That's perfect. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, David. It was a pleasure to speak with you all today.
Thanks,
Laura.
Take care.
Thank you, Laura. See you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to Laura, Lee, Peter, David, and Greg for that insightful discussion. We have now come to the end of today's sessions. 2 down, 1 to go. We start tomorrow at 10:45 Eastern Time with Rob Wiesenthal joining as the first speaker from Blade Urban Air Mobility. If you would like to attend the closing networking, please leave the live stream and hit the networking lounge on the main page of the platform. Finally, I'd like to thank our sponsors once again: Sol One, Aerotech, Hyundai Motor Group, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, Hexagon MSC Software, Shackelford, Whisk, and White & Case. Thanks very much for everyone who attended today. Stay safe and good day.